这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人了。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到疑凶，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要吗？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是吗？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克，下一站即将抵达布列斯特，下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发，下一站即将抵达维恩。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运。艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，
拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深究隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。他生来就背负无尽的才华，却从未全心接纳。但当来到巅峰，身处末路时，只需要轻轻点拨，他就会将自己完全出卖。你将看到整个世界的律动，也将被无处不在的琴弦所控制。尽情享受这份契约吧，让恶魔的弦音在整个世界奏响，直到终去。
若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信，您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌，以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的东西吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。地狱来客的羔羊不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人了。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心， 陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到宜兄，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要吗？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克，下一站即将抵达布列斯特，下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发，下一站即将抵达维恩。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
幻想 是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深究隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the IVC Southeast Asia 2020, day number 5. Botch Spice and Articuno calling the actions. It's been a long road, but you know what? All roads lead to the playoffs. And Articuno, I'm so excited. How are you feeling today?
I am feeling super excited, Potch. Always, just another day of intense Identity 5 action ahead of us. And especially for this day, I'm so psyched for the matchups. I don't want to get too ahead of myself in just like going full on fanboy as to what we have to expect today. But rest assured, trust me on this one, guys. It's going to be one heck of a ride, so buckle up.
Yeah, we are in the thick of it. We did tell you guys that we are building those narratives for the teams that did qualify, but it was quite a journey for them to actually get here. I believe 90 plus teams tried to even qualify here. So let's check out that road that they got here with these instructions.
Identity 5 is one of the top tier esports in both the Asia Pacific region and the North America Europe region, especially in Japan and Southeast Asia. There are 3 stages of the tournament: the preliminary rounds, the group stage, and the playoffs. First, 96 top-ranked teams will register in-game to qualify online. In preliminary rounds, teams will be separated into 6 groups. Each group will contain 16 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a form of best-of-3 single elimination. The top team from each group will pass to the next stage. In the second stage, which is our group stage, top 6 teams will join with 2 invited teams from Call of the Abyss 3 to make for a total of 8 teams. The 8 teams will be separated into 2 groups of 4 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a best-of-3 round-robin format, with the top 2 teams from each group moving on to the playoff rounds. Finally, in the playoff round, each team will be placed against each other by seeding, and will compete in a best-of-3 double elimination format, with a final round to be played in a best-of-5 format. Group stages and playoffs will be live broadcast on the Identity 5 official social media channels. The loser finals and finals will be an offline event. October 25th will mark the big day to find our champion in the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Now, let's move on to the tournament rules. First, teams will compete in Legendary mode, wherein players are not allowed to use the same character in the same match. Each map will be separated into 2 halves. For the first half, survivors from Team A will compete with a hunter from Team B. Come the second half, the teams will switch sides. The survivors from Team B will compete with a hunter from Team A. A total of 7 maps are in the selection: Arms Factory, the Red Church, Sacred Heart Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Leo's Memory, and our new addition to the competitive scene, Ever Sleeping Tower. For the best-of-3 round, first round starts with the hunter able to ban 1 survivor, while survivors are left with no bans for hunter. After that, an increment of 1 character ban will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 1 hunter and 2 survivors banned, while the third round will have 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned. In the event of an extra round, we'll be sticking with 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned like round 3. Now, for the best of 5. The first 3 rounds will follow the same banning pattern as the best of 3. However, for rounds 4 and 5, there will be a maximum ban of 3 hunters from the survivor side and 4 survivors from the hunter side. In case extra rounds are needed, we will use the same number of bans like round 5. Now let's talk about the scoring system. Each survivor escape counts as 1 point each, with another 1 bonus point awarded if all of them escape. On the flip side, hunters will get 1 point for each survivor sent back to the manor. If the hunter gets all of the survivors back to the manor, another bonus point will be awarded. The winner of the match will be determined based on the total score from both halves. For this example, in the first half, none of the survivors from Team A managed to escape, which means the hunter from Team B is awarded 5 points. Now, come the second half, let's say Team A manages to escape with 3 survivors getting 3 points, with the hunter from Team B getting 1 point. The total score of Team B are still higher than Team A, which means the winner of the match will be Team B. The tournament prize pool is a whopping 1 million Thai baht. Hope you all join us and catch the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2020. See you there.
And those were the rules, ladies and gentlemen. And here we see the group standings as we speak. Group A, we have VX and GK leading the pack, while MP and 7H are following afterwards. And in Group B, we have OSM at the top, and NR and IVS locked in with 1 point, and DT still looking to get on the board. We'll get to that in the second half because that's pretty interesting. But the narrative I want to focus on right now, Articuno, is Group A, because we're going to see 2 juggernauts face off in our first match.
Yes, sir. Longtime rivals, both of which coming into the IVC with a direct invite into this tournament. And to be straight up, probably also teams that we're looking at as favorites to potentially win the tournament, both VX as well as GK hailing from Thailand.
And we're going to be seeing them face off here in the group stages. This is actually potential grand finals, or at least in the playoffs. So it's a really big deal for people to watch this match because they can, and not just viewers at home, but I'm thinking also teams that are participating in this tournament, because they could get some information with how these guys are going to be playing and what kind of strategies they'll be using going up against each other.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much these teams have. It's interesting to see not only how these teams have grown, but also, with these subtle changes that we see on their rosters, like how it'll actually fare. But of course, as a preview of today's match, as Paul has already mentioned earlier, first up from Group A will be VX versus GK, and second is another interesting storyline that is in development, which will be Destiny versus NOIR. Of course, we'll be talking about Destiny versus NOIR a little later on, because right here, right now, it's going to be the Juggernauts VX and GK taking the stage for our first intense match of the day.
All right, Articuno, I have a question for you and a question for all the viewers at home. Are you guys ready for the endurance match that could potentially happen? Because we were talking about this off screen and we were thinking, yeah, this is probably going to last a while. It's compared to yesterday, this might actually be at the same or exceed it with how neck and neck these two teams are.
Yeah, and another thing you have to put into consideration, I guess, just based off of this narrative between VX and GK. The last time we saw both teams go up against each other on an international broadcast, at least, was during the Call of the Abyss 3 Southeast Asian qualifiers, where GK was our winner, if I do recall correctly. Sometimes I'm worried about the memory grab. I'm getting old, guys, but yeah, this one I'm pretty sure of. GK managing to take down VX, because I think I remember this particularly because me and ZR were just kind of looking at the matchups, and I was putting my money a bit more on VX than GK, but yeah, GK won. So was again just that 5% of me that was sad that my prediction didn't go right. But yeah, this time around it's gonna be interesting to see whether or not VX can get the mini vengeance per se on GK going into this best of 3.
Yeah, especially with the roster shakeups they've been having and the success both these teams have been going on. And let's see which team would carry that momentum heading into this match, because they have yet to see their first loss here at the IVC. So it's pretty even. And we've been witnessing how they have been, developing their strategies in this new meta. And there's a lot of pieces to talk about. I'm just saving them until we have to introduce the team introductions, which is actually about to happen right now. So I just, transition. VX, we're going to introduce them up first. We have Godj, Capcom, Joseph XD, Synchros, and Lingtian. Godj, I believe it was Synchros. One of the highlights here was him buying so much time. But let's check into Godj. One of his scariest picks is that Dream Witch, and you can bet that these guys are going to take away this Dream Witch when they can, especially if a map is really small.
Yeah, Godj has been just scary throughout, not even this tournament, just this general run across Southeast Asia. Probably and arguably one of the best hunters that we have in Southeast Asia. And someone's good when the primary hunter that he's boosting is that of a high skill cap one, which is Dream Witch. And 87.7% Potch. That is an insane win rate that we keep on looking at and just makes me go, wow.
Another thing we've been looking at is this Seer character here, because we have been seeing in this meta that he has not been priority banned. It's mostly the Merca, the mechanic. So Capcom going with that preferred Seer. Not to mention Joseph XD with this mechanic. We've seen and highlighted how well a well-oiled mechanic can play in a team lineup.
Yeah, and again, it's just this triumvirate that we've seen. If anything, I think yesterday was probably the best showings of mechanic that we've had. And we've seen how influential it is towards these teams getting through objectives if they're on the survivor side. It's very textbook. Here we have Synchros with a preferred Priestess. Priestess as well has been another one of those picks established as much more conditional, right? Could be based on the map. And
now And now we're seeing Ling Tian. Ling Tian being a forward main here. Actually, you know what? He has been switched out in round number 2 and usually just been benched at the start. So interesting that they're going for the Ling Tian now and going for it. That just means that they're really going all out because they're going up against GK. So I'm really interested to see some possible forward, some highlights there. Unless he gets banned, of course.
Yeah, it's funny now that like just a little side thing. I was going over social media the other day, and there were some of the players that were just kind of standing this Joseph Ling Tian ship for the Survivor side of VX. And I know like people love their ships in the Identity 5 community. And I thought it was just usually with the survivors and hunters. Apparently with the players too. Works for me though.
Yeah, you know what? In this day and age, for sure, we love always wins, and we'll go with that. We'll see, and I'm pretty sure Ling Tian is also sees that as well and supports that. I am really interested to see his forward, and maybe if they do ban it, what else characters he can use in terms of rescuing and kiting for pestering that hunter.
Right. And just basing off the stats, if you're going to compare who has had a better run so far, I would definitely say VX has a little bit more of a leg up. But you know what? Let's go and look at their opposition, which is going to be GK with 72S, for you Sloth Top V8, as well as Rosarin.
And GK, we just saw an amazing matchup they had yesterday against 7H. 72S really is that turning it up towards the third part of that matchup with his excellent hunting. I believe it was his violinist. Even though his preferred hunter is Bonbon, they do have to worry about his violinist, his Bloody Queen, and rest assured he's got a Dream Witch as well.
Yeah, you know what's kind of interesting for me with 72S is yesterday, in all fairness, he did pretty well throughout most of the match, but it did take him a while to, go into that over 9,000 plus ultra that he's known for. So I'm hoping that he shows a little bit more consistent going into this match today. Meanwhile, we have for you, again, these mechanics, these seers, these mercenaries are in full abundance for the IVC. And it's nice to see that a lot of the players in Southeast Asia, though, we have kind of seen the meta for Southeast Asia be a little bit more wild, a little bit less tame than other regions. I'm all for that, though. These players being a little bit more creative with their picks as we head into Sloth Top here.
With that seer, again, we do deviate a little bit away from the Trinity or the Triumvirate that we speak of, but you always see the usual suspects of these bans, and seer being one of them, mechanic being another, and mercenary being the priority ban yesterday. But we're going to see the battle of the forwards here. V8 getting 2 MVPs yesterday is going, if we compare forward to forward, it's going to be V8 versus Ling Tian on the other side. So rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, that we will see some forward action today.
Yeah, oh man, these forwards, especially with what we saw yesterday, I think it was the IVS game particularly, where this forward was pretty gutsy. Probably one of the fun moments that we've had with forward in this tournament. Here we have Rosarin with a Perfumer. Perfumer has been a little bit more under the radar, but not to the point of just being completely unseen. Just those bits and pieces of Perfumer based on preference for some of these teams.
Right. And I think that also ties into what you said with how the meta of Southeast Asia is a little wild in that sense. We have seen some perfumers. We did see some excellent instant perfume highlights. So I'm really interested to see this lineup, and I want to see how they'll deal with each other, because we did make our predictions, ladies and gentlemen. VX being the one we see. Again, we did the math. We tried, calculating all the odds, and we believe VX might be the one to edge it. But then, hey, we've been proven wrong. We've been proven wrong before.
Right. And I was so on the fence with making this prediction because, again, as I mentioned earlier, the stats for this particular tournament show VX having easier breezy, not that it was easy for both of these teams, but it was like they had much more defining results than GK had, I would say. Again, VX still remains one of the few teams, if not the only team, that did not need to push a particular one of their matches into a round 3. And again, just the roster improvements as well, I feel has really come full circle based on the performance that we've seen so far in this tournament. And on top of that, what has me on the flip side, though, it wasn't an easy decision for me, just based off GK historically doing better when in the head-to-head. But just based on performance so far, my heart says VX.
Yeah, and just to support your claim too, looking at the scores yesterday, GK did best 7H 14-11. But if you look at the previous performance of VX winning against MP, it was 17-10. So as you were mentioning, the decisiveness or the dominance so far is on VX's side. So you rest assured that they're carrying that momentum with them as they go along in this tournament. But again, you're dealing with GK here. Maybe they weren't showing all their cards yet on the table yesterday. So we'll see how that pans out today, because we're going to see these two juggernauts clash in the first match. And I don't know, if everyone at home, get your popcorn ready, get all snuggled up with someone and just watch this incredible matchup, because this is going to be a barn burner.
Yes, sirree. And of course, if you guys want to... if you guys are talking about IVC on social media, as Poch and I kind of unofficially declared, be sure to use the hashtag IVC2020C. Again, that's IVC2020SEA, especially for you guys that are tweeting on Twitter. I see him, and don't worry. Make sure to try to catch up with what's going on in the social media stratosphere as far as what feedback you guys have and who you guys are rooting for, especially going into these last few days where our teams, especially in Group B, will probably need all the energy they can to make sure that they secure their slot in the top 4.
All right, let's talk about the Hunter matchups here. We have God J versus 72S. What are your thoughts on this, and what do you think Hunters will be seeing in the first, since there's no bans at all?
Right. I mean, it's, again, both teams easily able to play by the meta. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Dream Witch, subject to what map we have during the first round, of course. But yeah, I feel like, if anything, these teams would just probably want to play to optimal, and that optimal would be the meta. I don't really see any reason for either of them to pull off any crazy shenanigans just yet. I mean, it can go both ways, though, because it is group stage, and if you look at the points of Group A, they're pretty much cemented. They're entering into the top 4 anyway. So they could look at it both ways. Either we get creative or just use this ground to show who has better grasp of the meta, straight up.
All right, now, enough speculation. Let's head into pick and bounds. We're going to see Red Church right off the bat. So we're going to also see a Seer ban. So are we going to see that Dream Witch come out? Because there is going to be one ban of that Triumvirate. Capcom locking in with that Mercenary. Joseph XD signature mechanic. Synchros with that very slippery Priestess. A lot of highlights there. And Ling Tian with his calling card that is the Forward. And now 72S letting it rock with that Dream Witch. Articuno, you called it right on the spot. The map is going to be compact, and Dream Witch will be hunting for the side of GK.
Yes, again, these favorings of the Priestess in the mix has been pretty consistent with a lot of the other tournaments that we've had in the past. It usually is kind of a toss-up when you look at that 4th pick. Normally, it would be the Forward or Gravekeeper. But you know what? We'll see how things go as we head into our first half of round 1. GK, 72S, he's on the prowl.
Over here at Back Broken here, just ignoring the Mercenary. Does not want to deal with that at all. Wants his sights set on that mechanic. Looking at bottom Broken now, sees no one there. But I believe Joseph XD already planted his doll, and 72S is on the prowl. I believe he gets a whiff of something, but switching over to the follower, just making sure he's patrolling the right cipher. 72S now rotating and moving. Oh, he sees the mechanic's doll, and the follower will take a swipe at that just so we can get a glimpse of the location where Joseph XD is at. Now 72S back on the main body while everyone else is pushing those ciphers. Joseph XD, excellent job rotating to a better spot here for him to have this kiting session.
Yes, sir. I think that's a huge deal for 72S, especially when you're playing in the first round. You want to try to diminish whatever advantages the survivors have, since things are a little bit more OP with these first rounds. Survivors having access to a lot of these survivors to help their cause, and getting a puppet down early for Mechanic I think is huge, especially considering the value of Mechanic that we've seen yesterday. But okay, Blink coming in but not quite finding the connect he was looking for.
Synchros being a very slippery target. Wow, just goes there, but it's fortunate for him that he switched followers. Now Synchro is still here at the back gate, trying to buy as much time as possible. Over there at the lower left side, you see the forward at reception waiting to pop that Cypher, and Synchros being that ever slippery target with that Priestess. He's gonna try to move and transition towards a better kiting spot because that pallet was destroyed. Excellent holy key timing for him to extend his kiting time.
Yeah, there you go. Synchros was trying to go for yet another sneakeroo right around that forward. Didn't quite work out there, but it's all good. A lot of time being bought right here, but 72S is probably going to be pretty happy about this, managing to spot out Joseph this early.
And that's the original target he went after. He has 2 leeched survivors now, so he has some map presence around here until these guys are able to unleash themselves. Synchros still in the vicinity here, using those holy keys to just create shortcuts for him to just close out the distance between, extend the distance between him and these followers. Now they are kiting around Graveyard, one of the best kiting spots of the survivors. How long will he last?
Man, those diabolical cackles from this dream witch are starting to resonate through, as all he needs is one more hit on Synchros. Synchros expending a lot of utility in this chase, buying so much time for his team, but how far can he go with this? Luckily, the second blink this game for 72S finally hits his mark, and Synchros is down and ready for that rocket chair.
Luckily for Synchros, that was his follower, but rest assured that once he is chaired, 72S will leech him once again, and a Dream Witch can really pile on that camping game he has. Actually, not even wasting time, just leeching him right off the bat before he gets on that chair. We just have 2 leech survivors, but that Mechanic will get swiped by her own follower. Half-Life Mechanic, but we have 2 rescuers on deck on the side of VX.
Yeah, I mean, with the time that was bought out here by Synchros, it gave so much time for VX to make sure that all the right ciphers that they needed are primed, and it really comes down to timing at this point for VX here. Captain Poon taking that first hit, all good. And you know what? They're back on the run. Of course, 72S gonna make sure that he tries to focus on Synchros here, just to make sure that he exhausts all his lives.
Yeah, that's true, because he does the second round or a third round in that rocket chair. So now still at back gate, Synchros being the ever elusive target, really utilizing the space here, but couldn't make it to the pallet in time. Excellent job on 72S. That's another down Priestess.
Yeah, take note though, this is only second time. VX just really needs to play the cards out right here. Synchros, of course, not gonna have... he has a final life once he gets rescued from that chair, and it's really come down to trying to make the moment count once VX pops that last cipher. There you go. One more to go, though. Captain Poon will get spotted out here. But wait a minute. That's a pretty early rescue we're seeing from Ling Tian.
Yeah, Ling Tian going for that tackle just so he was able to hit that follower. And we're going to see a popped cipher already. Look at VX trying to control the pace of this match. They have very healthy looking survivors, but all these followers do have detention. Will they be able to make it out in time?
Yeah, red bleary eyes coming in from these followers, Poch. It's going to be really scary for VX, but looks like they're already poised and in position at one of these gates. Question is, can everybody make it out alive?
Oh my god, they're over there at reception. Oh, they're all dashing for it, but they still have some time. What is going to happen? Priestess and Mercenary? Okay, Priestess is there. He's going to get an exit. Look at that. A 4-person out. 5 points, Articuno.
That was so clean coming in from VX towards that last moment. I mean, it's so hard to pinpoint errors from that last game. And wow, I mean, VX not disappointing round 1. I was really expecting to at least see Synchros go out. But as I said, with the time that was bought out, they had the ciphers just ready to go. It was all a matter of positioning. And I'm surprised that 72S didn't really have ground on one of those survivors towards the end.
Well, yeah, we have to look back at the positioning because all of them were so in sync. Like, everyone, let's converge at reception so we'll get out of there. And it was just, I think it was the surprise pop towards the end, the end there, because I was surprised itself. You said there was an early rescue. They went for the pop right away. I think they caught 72S off guard with how they forced the end game to happen, that he wasn't able to have a foothold on any of the survivors towards the end. So excellent stuff on VX, really pushing the pace of that match and already facing GK's 72S's Dream Witch in such a scary map. They're just making a statement that they're here to stay and they're here to play.
Yeah, I think from what we saw there, like, it's that timing is kind of like Survivor Sense as well, a mix of figuring out what the likely habits are of the hunter are on the other side. And there was that moment, as a hunter, once you cheer a survivor, it's like that feeling where, okay, maybe I have these that bit of a moment to manage my followers. And I think that was just perfect time. Again, we were just caught off guard by the rescue coming in from Ling Tian. 72S, without a doubt, was caught off guard in that moment as well. So just very, very well played from VX. I really like the decisiveness that comes from their ranks, because it really, if you're the opposition that's facing VX on the hunter side, you really have to think just as quick on your feet as VX does, because it really seems that on the survivor side, they're a well-oiled machine.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is round number 1 of the first half, and if trends do dictate how this match goes on, it's really a back and forth. So it was a dominant performance by VX. GK is still yet to get on the board. As we check out the match data, you see Synchros here buying all the time in the world for his teammates to be able to push those ciphers. Look at those numbers of decoding. Synchros did his magic to buy a lot of time from that Dream Witch. Not to mention 72S's Dream Witch, 6 attack hits, 4 pallets destroyed, and 3 knockdowns.
Yeah, man, so much time, again, bought by this priestess. I'm very, very impressed by the performance that we saw from Synchros today. However, it is only round 1 of the first half. This is first taste and dose of what could be the foreshadowing of this full-on best of 3. Now, going into the second half right here, let's talk about GK. GK has proven that they are capable of getting a lot of survivors out of that gate. If you recall yesterday, it went half C's, if I'm not mistaken, for GK, the 2-2. Because it was the other half that went to 3-1. So I'm a bit worried for GK in which case, because the fact that things were half C's yesterday, I really hope that they kind of mustered up what they can going into this one, because they're going up against a very competitive hunter in GodJ.
Yeah, for sure. They need to elevate their gameplay, especially with a very feared hunter like GodJ. And with how the survivors of VX set the pace of the match, they really need to aim for 3 at least, or something, just so that the point deficit won't be too high as the rounds go along. I know that this is still like the group stages, but you do want to make a statement if you want to instill the fear of God J into your opponent. So I think GK is more than game to be able to rise to that challenge.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really something to look forward to. I think this is the time where GK will make sure to go in it with their all. I'm pretty sure they learned from what happened yesterday, what went wrong, why it consistently went the half C's throughout that round 1. So definitely expecting a step up from GK, but VX just so consistent throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah,
just based on that. Yeah, starting off the round with a bang.
Yeah, dominant performance so far. I actually wanted to add that just a fun fact, both these teams actually have shown a trend of dominating the opening round with perfect scores. So VX proving true to that, but sadly at the expense of GK. So now let's see how the survivors are going to be able to, handle GodJ. And I don't know. I think it goes without saying I'm pretty confident that GodJ might go for that Dream Witch because it's on the table and the map is Red Church. So he could go for it, but he could be feeling something else.
It could be, could be. I mean, Red Church is a fairly decent. I think it's decent. It's a decent playing field for round one because it could really swing either way, Survivor or Hunter, especially when you have practically no bands to work with, leaving everything up in the air. Especially if you're Hunter, just free to eeny, meeny, miny, woe, whatever you feel like, go, go, go. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, well, yeah, as you mentioned, it's a big playground, a lot of cast the characters to play with. The only one not joining the party is that first priority ban of the survivors, which was Seer. So I'm really interested if they're going to deny Skyfall his mercenary. So let's check out the picks and bans as we head into the second half of round number one. No, we will be seeing another ban, Seer.
Okay, like the ban on this Seer. I mean, we've seen how potent the Seer can be yesterday. I think Seer, we got some really good Seer games yesterday. But yeah, looks like PK here instead wanting to make sure that they get the Gravekeeper.
Yep. So very rescue heavy lineup. I believe this is their wall of defense against the mechanic. We are going to see God J's Dream Witch. So they really have to step up their game because God J with the preferred pick here means business. And now we're going to see him over here outside of reception, going to top broken, trying to look for his first mark, which I believe he wants to sniff out that mechanic. He wants to look for 4U.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting, again, God J's Dream Witch, compared to most of the hunters here in Southeast Asia, is legendary. If anything, the only person that comes near God J on this Dream Witch is Sky Zero with a 3% of a difference on win rate. But you know what? I'm gonna have to hold off on the factoid because we already have our potential first target, which God J is looking for here. Spotting out a lot of survivors, Rosarin as well. Will he go for it? Follower is slowly closing in.
Just keeping them in check, wanting him to spend. I believe he's wanting him to spend that shovel just so he won't have any utility. I think Gache really wants to zone in on finding this mechanic. I believe he made a full round around the church and now spotting 4U. This is the target he wants, going to the follower right away, not even leeching, gets a clean hit off the mechanic. Now we have a chase, Articuno.
Yeah, definitely the ideal target that Godji or any hunter would want to get off of this, which will be for you. Godji already establishing positioning here just so that he can continue the chase onto 4U, and it's only a matter of time, making sure to keep him within vision. V8 though looks like already starting to position himself for the supplement in case he needs to bring on some crowd control to assist 4U.
True, but excellent pallet drop there by 4U, and the mechanic not really having that much tools in terms of kiting, but it just shows that 4U does have the capabilities. But there you go, God J getting that other clean swipe on 4U. That is a down mechanic, but the mechanic was able to drop her puppet.
Yeah, this is great by God J though, getting some really nice pressure here towards the lower left portion of the map. So it gives him a lot to take a peek at. Rocket chair positioning is also just within reach of the church. So there's a lot that God J can do with this position.
Wow, okay, so V8 going for the rescue, going for that tackle. Again, this is the beauty of that Dream Witch, for her to be able to just smother you with so much followers. And as I was talking, he gets another clean swipe off that mechanic while the last effort was activated.
Yes, sir. And the chase still continues here. Now, looking at this follower, hellbent and intent on keeping V8 away, will eventually turning to 4U in a bit. But yeah, looks like he really wants to put the pressure. Unfortunately, the blink not going to get the connect that he was looking for here. But V8 will continue the kite. But meanwhile, other follower will just go back to bringing 4U to that rocket chair.
Wow, and he's able to snipe out the mercenary right away, really depleting the resources of the survivors on GK's side. God J really playing a lot of multitasking now as he just keeps constantly just giving GK things to think about as they try to change priorities and try to rescue this mechanic. Rest assured though, that mechanic is popping those ciphers and using her puppet to her advantage.
Yeah, those percentages are going up for GK. Now, on the flip side though, they really would want to get the rescue on this mechanic. I mean, 5 5 points is 5 points, which VX was able to get on the first half. They want to try to make the most of it, but unfortunately they miss out on getting 4U out of there. 3 survivors remaining, but least to say, that still gave a lot of room for GK to work with as far as prepping these ciphers. Now, as we saw towards the bottom left, it was still only just hitting the half mark, but you know what? That's workable.
It is, for sure. And they, you know, they had to change up their strategy here. Just try to go for some heals. The forward is the only one that is half health. And now God J, realizing that they were having this meeting at reception, just leeches the Gravekeeper here, forcing him to use his other shovel. Now, on the side of resources for the forward and mercenary, you know, the mercenary still has those elbow pads to work with, while we still have more than half of a football rush coming out of V8's forward. Now over here at bottom, top broken, they're trying to unleash themselves. Not if God J can help it though. He is just waiting for them to just stop so that he'll be able to leech another survivor, which I believe he has a sight set on V8. Nope, changing up to Roserit.
Yeah, man, the switcheroos. God J really keeping both members of GK in check. Now, Follower looks like the transition will finally come in. He's decided on who he wants to leech out here, and already closing in onto Rosalind just a bit. One whack, and there you go.
And he did a great job actually expending the resources of that Gravekeeper. He really just had to rely on the real estate that Red Church has to provide. Now he's rotating towards the reception, I believe, or the top broken. And now he is also leeched. Now the forward and the mercenary really have to push these ciphers for them to be able to push for the end game to happen.
Yeah, and it's just so much for GK. Luckily, Soft Top has been left with much opportunity to just continue to work on these ciphers. But, man, Rosarin is going to be a bit dangerous there. And boom, just as he tries to go over the wall, gets whacked once again, and down he goes.
Yep, and Guy J shifting his attention towards the forward with the main body, wanting to down him just to make sure that he doesn't have that threat of dropping those balloons as he goes for that rush. Now at bottom broken, V8 just trying his darnest to find a way for, I believe, oh wow, gets a huge knockdown. I was going to say trying to find a way for the mercenary to pop those ciphers, but now shifting his attention. One cipher left, Articuno.
Yeah, but good on Mercenary here, already in position to give due assistance to Rosarin. Now, question is, will Gaji be able to spot this out? Sloth Top is already potentially making his way for a rescue.
Yep, that's true. The Mercenary does have the most resources to try to go for this rescue, while the Gravekeeper, I believe, wants to push those ciphers and try to push for that end game to happen. And now Sloth Top making his entrance to the rescue, and he's able to get him out of there. Clean rescue. He was able to eat that hit, and now the forward is trying to find a better spot to go to. Rosarin, though, trying to push that cipher you were talking about. That's more than half. But then the follower there making her entrance at reception, keeping this game ongoing.
Oh man, there you go. Look at God G, making sure to keep these ciphers in check. This last pop is definitely not going to be the easiest for GK. Rosarin really banking on trying to get as much percentage as he can before the follower decides to give chase. Exhaust that one pad that he had in his arsenal as he makes the transition towards Graveyard.
Yeah, one of the safe havens of the survivor. But look at this. We had a sandwich Gravekeeper. My goodness. The followers was just too overwhelming. Still one cipher left. And this is the beauty of that Dream Witch. When she feels like, you know what, that cipher is about to pop, she will change the abnormal just to keep these survivors here at Red Church even longer.
Yes, sirree. And take note of positioning of this rocket chair strap-on for Rosarin. Gaje making sure that he's in a position where he can keep an eye on these ciphers towards reception.
Now V8 over there at bottom broken. Slothtop making his way to go for that rescue, but then shifting, you know, just Gaje with his godly multitasking, able to snipe him out. Oh, another down on the Gravekeeper. Excellent blink utility on Gaje.
Yes, and oh man, this is going to be really unfortunate for Rosarin because that's going to be potential sayonara for him, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ahead and see. And this is already a huge victory for VX so far in this first round. They already have so much leeway, taking down halfway through still with the Gravekeeper. So this is still workable for GK. However, from what we've been seeing, they did decide to play it a bit more safer by making sure that they're healed up first off before continuing to work on these ciphers.
Yep. More utility means longer time for the God J to worry about. Changes to the abnormal just to keep things longer. But then you see there that the one of the members of GK really pushing that cipher towards the end there at the broken side of the map. Gravekeeper will fall once again. Unfortunately, it is not ready. It's not primed just yet. We're going to see another hit off the Mercenary. They really want to extend this. Oh, Terror Shock. Is he going to be able to pick him up before the pop? And he is. Oh, my goodness. Oh, God. The pop happened. And now that Mercenary is on his way out of there.
Oh, man, that 1 second was super crucial, but things aren't over yet, Poch. There's still 2 more. And, with 2 survivors around, there's also these followers that could tail potentially each one. But it does look like, based on positioning on the map here, both members of GK decide to divide and conquer.
That's the best way. Best case scenario for them right now is to go for that 2-person out. You see at the back exit, you see that the forward is trying to push for that exit to open, while you can be rest assured that Sloth Top is trying to look for that dungeon exit for him to be able, for at least for them to get that 2-person out and deny more points going to Godj.
Oh, this is super scary. Follower already closing in. Slothtop, of course, gonna buy some time. You're going into the church. It seems like we're not quite sure if GK knows where this dungeon is. Slothtop is kind of lingering towards the right side where it is, though.
Yes, he's so close. Oh, wow. And the Mercenary is down. The forward is already waiting at the exit. So now let's see, what will Godj do? He is going to go for that chair. GG. That is a 3-1.
Oh, man. Poch, do you know what this means? 8 points in total to 1 is how this match will start off, and VX is just going to be so happy about that, having so much momentum, not to mention such a huge leg up as they enter round 2 of this best of 3.
Right, and it's crazy how both these maps had the same hunters, but then Godj was really able to implement his strategy and how he wanted to play out the Dream Witch. It just shows that VX is really pushing GK to that limit. So I'm really interested to see how GK will be able to adjust coming into the second round.
Oh, that's going to be really interesting now that you mention it, because again, we've seen better days from GK in this tournament without a doubt. This is probably the most we've seen them with their back against the wall this early on in a series. So, of course, if you're a GK fan, you got to keep up the faith for these guys. But talking about VX on the flip side, they've really shown that there's, like, with the roster changes and everything, it's really come full circle. I love how things just seem much more fluid with the chemistry that we're seeing with this team in comparison to the last time we saw them. So really impressed. Just a monumental step up that we're seeing from VX. But, it's still too early to call Punch.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, if we do break down the first round there, I like what you said, chemistry, because the chemistry they had in that first round, especially them on the Survivor side, the coordination of that last pop, how Synchros was able to buy a lot of time, you can bet that they were communicating constantly with where Synchros was supposed to go, because the mechanic was hanging out at Graveyard. So it really shows that they're, firing on all cylinders and they're ready to face the best of the best. So kudos to VX on this first round, but don't count out GK just yet, because we still have round number 2 and round number 3, and they will be able to adjust for sure.
Yeah, that's something I'm really looking forward to, in which case whether or not GK can rise to the occasion. I mean, there's been so many instances where they've been in matches where the pressure is totally on. So I am within full confidence that, the 7-point difference not going to phase them at all. All you have to do is just treat going into round 2 with a reset of mindset. You know what? We'll just treat this as a new one, not think of the results from earlier, and try to do our best to just land the most points that we can. And hopefully, if they're GK, you want to push that into a round 3.
True. So let's check out the match data as we see God J's handiwork here. Attack hit 16, Pallet destroyed 6 and 9 knockdowns. Most of those knockdowns, I believe, were from that Gravekeeper because that Gravekeeper was so hard to hold down. And as we look at the containment time, we see that the Mercenary and the Forward were able to contain the Dream Witch the most, not following by Roserin's Gravekeeper and 4U's Mechanic, which was the first one that God J was able to snipe out. Actually, you can see that the Mercenary played double duty here, decoding and containing the Hunter. So kudos to GK for them to be able to really push God J towards that end game mark and still get that one person out.
Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and dig in deeper with what happened now that we have the match data. But you know what? I kind of want to get MVP out of the way before we do that, because my curiosity is super peaked. To be honest,
do you have a prospective MVP?
Oh gosh,
mine would be God J.
I think so.
Or God J or Synchros.
Yeah, Synchro. I think Synchros would be, but then again, God J was just so on point with his multitasking this game.
He was. There's also a case for Sloth Top, because look at the decoding and look at the containment time. He played double duty. And look at the heals too. He put all hats on. He healed, he contained, he decoded. So that's if we're gonna see a MVP for GK, that would have to be Sloth Top for me.
Right. I mean, it's kind of like the ideal husband. He cooks, he works, he takes care of his partner. You know, Mercenary did the same in that game. You got me convinced, Putch. I'll go with that. Sure. Oh, there we go.
Husbando in I-95, but MVP will be going to God J for his very menacing Dream Witch. Again, like you mentioned, he was on point with his Dream Witch play.
Yeah, super on point. Okay, now that we have our MVP, we can finally talk about that a bit more. The things that I felt went right for God J in this series. Number one, of course, is the fact that he was able to get his numero uno primary target out of all the survivors. It's always the no-brainer. Always want to get that mechanic. You want to try to deter the progress that these survivors, the hastiness that these survivors can go for on these ciphers. And he was able to accomplish just that. By getting the mechanic down that earlier on, it really hindered the progress of those ciphers. GK was really struggling to keep that afloat. And not only is it because of the mechanic, but because of the constant micromanagement, the multitasking that we saw from God J. It wasn't just about chasing these survivors. It was also trying to expand what he can as far as utility. And that's the struggle that really dragged it on for GK.
Yeah, those were the key victories for God J, especially also relying on downing that mechanic just to make sure that, that cipher progress isn't going to happen, especially with a rescue heavy lineup with that Mercenary, the Forward, and the Gravekeeper. They're not the fastest decoders, so he knew he had time to play with that mechanic and really down that mechanic so that this Dream Witch can implore her game plan of just choking out the survivors towards the end and really expending all their resources.
Right. And one thing I'd also like to appreciate, you know how crazy a Dream Witch God J is, in which case when you look at his again, just the micromanagement, the multitasking. So during those moments where GK were trying to go for rescues, let's start off with the mechanic, for example. When a rescue comes in, obviously God J instantly has 2 survivors that are within his vicinity, and it usually happens that those chases on the mechanic aren't as prolonged, where it only takes a few seconds before he's able to whack him down again. But he doesn't stop there. Like usually as a hunter, for some, your natural instinct would be, okay, I already have that moment to breathe. I'll just take this survivor I already got and bring him to the rocket chair. But what God J did, which I was really, really happy to see, is that even with a survivor down, uses the other follower to try to pressure that other survivor that was in his vicinity, just to try to bait out more utility. And that's the pressure that I think that GK was challenged to deal with in that match.
Yeah, and that's the most, I believe God J showed us the most optimal way to play that Dream Witch, because if you compare that to like a Bonbon, once the survivor is down, Bonbon wants that survivor in a chair ASAP, because the camping is so good for the Bonbon. But him to be able to, as you said, micromanage and shift his attention just for a few seconds, and you know what, change his perspective to different followers for them to have that constant threat, for them to just be scared of that rescue, were really the keys to victory. So now heading over to the picks and bans, we are going to the hospital.
These guys really like to play towards these. For me, these are probably more meta maps for me. Yes. I would say. But yeah, speaking of meta, so are the bans and the picks that we're seeing. Nothing out of the ordinary. How are you feeling, Pudge?
They're not wasting time. They just want to jump into this next match and just like, all right, we got it. Don't worry. We adjusted. We're going to go straight into this. We're going to hospital. We're going to face a bloody queen. We did see a priestess, gravekeeper, a mercenary, as well as a forward. So Godjay right away going to the shack area, not wasting any time. We also saw a band seer and a mechanic, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so with the mechanic out of the picture for GK, that's definitely going to... They won't have the luxury of being able to go for the rushes, but I do like that they have a composition that is a bit more...
True. Yeah, this does vary away, and I like how they're just playing to their strengths, that they know that the mechanic is dropped. So now Godjay shifting his attention away from that mercenary, trying to find someone from hospital. He's going to rotate towards the statue here just to try to find if anyone's there. But for you over there at the shack area, Godjay really wants to find a survivor ASAP just so he's able to down it. But he does have some time to work with since the mechanic is not in play.
Yeah, I like that Godjay is able to spot out the priestess here. I mean, it's a given that everyone on this roster is going to be super slippery. Okay, actually, hold that thought. We'll actually just make the transition instead, potentially towards Rosarin or For You, depending on who he wants to commit towards. There's a lot of people in GK that are in the vicinity, a lot of options for Godjay.
And something to highlight here for GK, they're really rotating this map very well to keep Godjay's attention in check. An excellent job on For You being able to utilize the hospital to advantage, but did not expect that blink to happen before You was out of the vicinity of that swipe. Not for that one though. For You will eat that hit, but continues on the kite.
Yeah, I like that For You is playing around the hospital in particular. It can get a bit wonky when you're trying to land your mirror image, but you know what? I take that back. They didn't really need to deal with the challenge of trying to work around hospital as a bloody queen. Actually gets that second hit in a jiffy on For You. And rocket chair.
Gosh. The basement is at hospital. This is going to be a tough rescue, and it's the priestess that's going in the basement. So, yeah, this is going to be a tough rescue, but there is a gravekeeper, so that's going to be a little easier on the side, but then this is Godjay we're talking about.
Yeah. Let's see how Rosarin... Is it Rosarin that they're going to be committing, though? Yeah, there you go. The gravekeeper doing his best Diglett Dugtrio cosplay, going into the basement. This should be jiffy of a rescue onto For You. Now, question is, can For You play the slippery move and get out of there?
We'll see. We're going to wait for that drop to happen. Oh, charged it up, and he got the last effort from For You and hit the gravekeeper while he was at it. So he's able to hit 2 survivors in one exchange, but For You able to get out of that sticky situation that is the basement.
Yeah, Godjay getting that super value meal, 2 hits in one. That's like getting 2 cheeseburgers in one value meal, and back to the rocket chair For You goes, in which case.
And now we are outside the vicinity of the hospital, near the ruins area, near Shack. Let's see who is going to be playing rescuer now as the priestess counts down on her way back to the manor. Gravekeeper still has some utility to work with, half-life. We do have a forward, though. Oh, making his way. Oh, wow, excellent swipe from Godjay, but V8 gets that rescue to extend the life of For You.
Ooh, last effort, though, going to come in which case... This is huge value for Godjay, considering this is going to be the 3rd time For You will be on rocket chair duty. But you know what? For You's going to try to make the most of this last life, going as far as he can. Rocket chair is nearby, though, so this is going to be an easy placement for Godjay so that he can start turning to other members of GK.
Kudos to 4U being able to buy as much time as possible. 2 ciphers that were popped. Now the survivors of GK just playing a little keep, just cleaning up their health a little bit just so that they can last longer. Now Rosarin is in the sights of Godjay, gonna be kiting near the entrance of hospital here, and he is the Gravekeeper, so he will be able to utilize that dig, and now he is forcing Godjay to break these pallets to extend the kite.
Yes, sir. Rosarin just trying to dig his way out of there. And looks like Godjay gonna try to shift attention towards deciding who do I go for? But not only that, take note, VX Godjay also taking note of these ciphers, trying to exert as much pressure as possible. Also very convenient. Take note of the positioning of some of these ciphers where they're within manageable proximity of each other. This is gonna be an advantage for Godjay. But you know what? V8 has to be careful, doesn't want to get pincer. There's a lot of terrain to work with though. So I think he can make it out of there.
Ooh, yeah, he did try to use that rush to get away from that vicinity of that pincer, but he was able to get that swipe in, and a blink as well. Godjay is on fire.
Godjay is not playing this game now, is he, Pot? Looks like that will be another survivor to the Rocketeer. And also, take note, this is going to be tricky for GK as far as popping this last cipher. They are within such close range of each other.
They are, and you know what? With the utility of the Bloody Queen here, he forced Sloth Top to stop going for that cipher, even though 2 ciphers left inside that hospital, just for him to get that rescue going. You see here at the shack area, the Gravekeeper is going for that cipher rush, and now that Mercenary eats that hit, but saves the forward.
Yes, sir, but question is, how much time can V8 buy once again for the team? Drops both pallets, so this is actually some good footwork for him. Definitely going to be delaying Godjay here. Godjay just waiting for that mirror to come up, just so that he doesn't have to worry about going around all that structure, all those pallets, and looks like the last effort will come in as V8 establishes a little bit of distance there.
It's that signature pincer we keep witnessing, Articuno. He played that to perfection there. V8 had the right idea of throwing those pallets down to give a lot of just room for him to wiggle around, but you know what, the patented mirror of this Bloody Queen was just played to perfection. Right. As we see the Mercenary still in the vicinity, waiting for that Gravekeeper to prime that cipher.
Yeah, and there we go. Sloth Top already going in. They're ready to make that pop. Godjay, though, trying to recover from that hit. It's only a matter of time. V8, he still should be fine. Should he play his cards right within these next few seconds? Godjay, ooh, misses those swipes a bit, but this is great for V8. He's starting to build up some distance here. Not really distance, but also to buy some time. Mercenary has fallen, but it's all good. Gravekeeper already ever so subtly ready with that cipher, and up they go.
That was an excellent swipe there, but the cipher, the timing on that popped cipher was amazing. V8, though, expending his football just for him to extend this kite. Will he get it? Oh, wow. Excellent swipe on Godjay, getting that mirror image. And now you see that the gates are being primed to open. I believe this is V8's last moment in the chair.
Yes, sirree. And still, though, this should be enough time for both survivors of GK to make it out of there. Oh, but wait a minute.
Oh, he's not satisfied. He wants to try to swat them out of here, just in case. But let's see, will he be playing his cards right or conservatively? Okay, he'll go for that chair. Now we're going to see 2 survivors left over at the exit gate. Teleport will be used, but that's GG. 2-2. Tied match.
Yeah, good call coming in from Godjay, not wanting to go too greedy towards the other side of that map there. Instead, will content himself with the half Cs towards the first half of the second round. Still a lot of leeway that that VX is working with now, but still really, really well played.
Yeah, it's that's a tied game, so it's still a 7-point lead on VX's side. So they still have a lot of cushion to work with. Actually, if VX's survivors are able to dominate this round, we won't even see a round 3.
Actually, yeah, I mean, that win condition, it's such a very delicate situation if you're GK. You have the safety in that half C, but what you're basically facing is, I mean, you can still play half Cs, I guess.
You could.
To force into round 3, but the TLDR of it all, if you want to stay in the game, you gotta avoid VX from getting another dominating performance as survivors. And round 1 was a very telling sign of how very well capable they are of that.
Yeah, true. Again, at the end of it all, the numbers will come back to haunt you. You can extend the midpoint just to go for halvesies. Yeah, 7 points. That's still the number that they have to close out the distance with. So excellent stuff on both sides. A tied game. It's neck and neck. Let's try to break down of what happened. Godjay with that crazy Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, able to really snipe out that Priestess at the early goings, but then For You was really slippery, and that's, I think, one of the cast of characters in Identity 5 that we've been seeing a lot of. That Priestess being so utilized in buying time for her teammates.
Right. I mean, so much time bought there. I really like the choice of being able to land that Priestess right away, though, because I mean, as I mentioned towards the start of the game, all of the survivors are slippery, but I feel like what would have made the win conditions more tangible to get more survivors out of the gate would have been the Priestess, because that portal,
yes,
it just really gives easy access for the survivors should it reach that point where they had better numbers and then lean towards that gate. Just being able to traverse the map with the transition through those portals, that's kind of the shoulda, woulda, coulda situation for them. But the fact that Priestess, still, I mean, halfsies, I'd say, is still a good step up for GK nonetheless. You want to try to make the most of those small victories that
for sure.
It's just that at this time, you really want to get the ball going, moving forward.
So let's break down this match data. See Godjay's handiwork here: 13 attack hits, 4 pallets destroyed, 7 knockdowns. We did see an awesome kiting session by V8 having 80 seconds, followed by Slothop with 62 seconds, Rosary with 44 seconds, and For You, the first target of Godjay, 32 seconds. Actually, looking at the lineup here, I agree with Godjay going for the Priestess first. As you mentioned, she does have those long portals to really help the end game. So really denying the team of that really swung things in his favor. And looking at how all these other survivors have the utility to last longer in matches, Godjay really wanted to zone in on this Priestess.
Yes, sirree. And man, it's kind of interesting how this next game will go. Yeah, let's go ahead and try to look at what could be ahead of us for the second half. Again, just these two teams really like to play towards the meta. We saw just very subtle differences in preference from what we saw in round 1.
Yes.
Earlier, it was a toss-up between that Priestess and Gravekeeper, but everything else across the board was the same. Going into this one, I kind of expect the same trend, unless maybe there's like a small shift in ban preference towards the Triumvirate, but I highly doubt that mechanic will be let through again. So
I agree with you there. These are top teams that they're textbook. They go with the tried and tested formulas and they play it really well. I don't think we're gonna see any funky picks as of yet, since this is round number 2. So we're gonna play it they're gonna play it very conservatively. Now the pressure is actually on 72S, GK72S, because he has the task of actually going for the tie or a 3-1 or getting a 5 points for his team. Now, do you think that he'll go for a Bloody Queen, or will they even go for a Dream Witch ban?
Oh man, I mean, Dream Witch ban, I feel, is definitely merited going into this. You just straight up do not want to give Godjay a Dream Witch. The first round really says it all. Now, the big question, of course, is what will Godjay bring as a replacement? And technically, I feel like a lot of the success that Godjay had in the first round was because he was so capable of multitasking. Going into this one, if a Dream Witch is indeed banned, you don't have that same luxury of that multitasking. And I think that's a huge sigh of relief for GK, because it just means that you only have to worry about that one able body chasing you. You don't have to worry about 2 followers that could potentially just suddenly go wreak havoc on the map. But I mean, unless you're gutsy of bring a Hell Ember as an alternative, but that's just completely, that's like
gutsy.
That's like nearly, I think that's safely to say impossible. That I mean, I wouldn't say impossible, but this is that
Improbable.
0.9, that 0.001% that a hunter would want to bring that into the tournament.
Hell, Ember! Wow. Yeah.
You know what?
On paper, let's try to break that down. Yeah, on paper, he does have map presence. It's
right.
Let's leave it at that. But if they can ban the Dream Witch, they will. Especially with how these two teams play, they lean heavily towards that meta. They will do that respect ban of that Dream Witch. Now, in terms of survivors, though, we did say the Triumvirate. But you know what? These teams also, if they would ever deviate from it, it would probably be in the third round, especially with such scary forwards on both these teams, Ling Tian and V8 being them. So really interesting stuff how this will pan out for VX, or actually for GK, because all eyes are on them because they did go for halvesies. Now that they have to go for more than half for them to solidify this round. Or yeah, as you said, we can go for 2-2 and just make up for 7 points in the third round. That's tough.
It's as that Miley Cyrus song says, that would be the climb.
The climb
for GK. But you know what? Let's find out if that might. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Mechanic comes through.
And we see a Dream Witch. Wow, so they respect banned the Bloody Queen of 72S, and they want to see the Dream Witch again. I think that they have a plan here, Articuno. So 72S has got to put miles between him and the points that VX was able to score, as he is rocking this Dream Witch. Perfumer by Synchros, Forward by Ling Tian, Mercenary by Capcom, and we are seeing a Mechanic by Signature Joseph XD, and 72S is going to find that Mechanic out right away.
Just realized earlier in the discussion I was getting confused between who the hunter was going to. This my bad, guys. Erase some of the stuff that you heard earlier. Yeah, we're focusing on this game right now. Interesting. 72S with the Dream Witch let through. Mechanic was also let through. So I'm very curious to see if this will lead to fruition for 72S. But so far, the fact that he was able to spot out Joseph right off the bat on this Mechanic is a huge deal.
And him being able to get a clean swipe off him, and another one. 72S has his redemption with how round one went, and now he's trying to dictate the pace, and downing that Mechanic is huge on the side of GK.
Yes, sirree. And here we go. Joseph, Captain Kun might seem like a likely not target, but rather rescue, but actually leading these followers a bit farther. So
yeah,
they haven't
interesting.
really poisoned themselves yet.
It's past the half, so maybe Capcom is burning those sweet seconds for him to just get the attention as the other survivors try to push for those ciphers. Now, though, he has to go double time because it's almost reaching the halfway mark. The Mechanic did reach the halfway mark, so she has no more lives in this chair. They have to make that save. They will try to burn it, though, and this Mechanic of Joseph XD is trying to do that work and try to get as much ciphers popped as possible.
Yeah, super duper tricky, but Joseph is back on his feet. Now, the bigger question is, can he establish enough distance? But, last effort actually pops up as a follower just meets him as he was about to enter the hospital, and that's going to potentially spell complications for VX moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. An excellent utilization of that blink by 72S. Yeah, just nullifying the rugby ball of Ling Tian. And now Joseph XD seeing her last round on that chair because she was past the halfway mark. Unless the forward can stop her, no, cannot. And now that Mechanic will be going back to the manor. Joseph XD out of the game for now. And let's see how the rest of VX will pick up the pieces moving on from now.
Yeah, this is super tricky for VX. I mean, they did get a bit of value out of Joseph, in all fairness. Joseph really maximized what he can with those puppets. At the last moment, though, one of those puppets was spot out by 72S, but VX, I feel, is kind of in a similar situation, I would say, as GK encountered in the first round.
Yeah, that's true. This is why Dream Witch is so scary to deal with because of how she's able to just, have her control early on. Excellent pallet thrown there just to keep some distance away from the follower. Ling Tian is and the Perfumer are the ones that are leeched, and now the forward will be falling. Perfumer, I believe, is trying to get rid of her leech, and now Synchros, though, wow, gets a swipe in there, but no, the instant Perfume was able to save her from that hit.
Interesting. Okay. This is gonna be troublesome for VX at this point. Luckily, they do have one cipher remaining. So it's troublesome as far as the rescue, but the good thing, the silver lining in this is both Perfumer and Mercenary have so much to work with. They got to make sure that the cipher is ready for popping first before they poise themselves for a good rescue. In this case, it's going to be Captain Kun.
Yep, Capcom eating that hit. They're going to have to force the rescue early on, and the Perfumer has to work double time to prime that cipher. Can Capcom and Ling Tian last long? Capcom can eat that hit because that Mercenary does have that extra willpower to keep on trucking, even though he eats that hit. And now 72S looking for that prime cipher. The Perfumer is ready, and Capcom will be leeched once again. Now detention, another surprise pop here. Excellent stuff on the side of VX. Gonna try to see if they can pull off the same trick they did in the first round. Now Capcom trying to buy some time for his teammate. Excellent utilization of those elbow pads. Can he make this chase last long enough?
Oh, this is super dangerous right now for Captain Kun. It's going to be so tricky to get out of there. And there you go. The whack on the head comes in from Dream Witch. Oh, but the teleport as well. Will he make it in time? Synchros is already out of that gate. Same though. Okay, this is actually super gutsy. A follower is within vicinity though. So Ling Tian, what will the call be? Will he try to last out long enough for Captain Kun? But tricky to tell.
Forward was trying to get rid of that leech, and now still working with the vicinity of that hospital. And now we see the followers switching back and forth. Synchros is ready on that gate, and we see a follower there. He's gonna now 72S is gonna commit on chairing this Mercenary. Now we see the forward making his way to the front exit, but you know what? The follower is right behind him. Let's see if Ling Tian will try to go for that save. No, he drops the pallet down. Synchros though is gonna get chased out by 72S. The detention is still a factor, Articuno.
Yes, sirree. Detention has still a bit of a way to go, but you know what? We have seen these moments where VX is very comfortable with taking risks if needed. This is another one of those instances. Question is it going to pay off big? There's so many things that could go wrong in this moment, Potch.
A lot of factors to consider. That Mercenary does have an extended time on that chair. We see 72S patrolling around and inside the hospital to keep, Ling Tian in check. Oh, wow. And the forward gets leeched once again, and now he makes that drop. The follower, it's a foot chase, Articuno. Will he be able to make it in time? Wow, he dukes. Oh, wow, gets that hit. Detention is no longer a factor, though.
Yeah, what will be the call? Ling Tian looks like, okay, you know what? I'm probably not going to get the rescue on Capcom after all. Oh, wait a minute. He's actually playing around. Okay.
Oh,
pallet
he gets
will
the
be dropped.
done. Oh
but
my gosh.
what will be the call? Teleport actually comes in once again, but Ling Tian, this is just so dangerous. He can't sustain another hit. Going for the rescue on Captain Kun is out of the picture at this point. He needs to get out of that gate or to the dungeon.
Yes,
actually.
He is making a foot race to head towards the dungeon. He does have a little bit of that rugby ball left. It is a matter of time. The forward is trying to get pinched here by the followers. Wow, Ling Tian, excellent movement, but no, the forward will be falling. GG will be called. Wow, 3-1 on the side of GK.
Oh my gosh. VX, trust them to suddenly come through with these high risk, high reward, last moment salvage place for themselves. Unfortunately, this time around, it didn't quite work out for them, but still very commendable. And I think with how the points are kind of spreading out here, still very much afforded. This is going to be a round win for GK, but they still have those hefty points that they banked on in round 1 to carry over to round 3 to still give them some room to breathe.
Yeah, so if my math is correct, VX is with 11 points, while we see 6 points coming out of GK because again, it wasn't a complete takedown of the survivors. So
Right.
VX denied GK of that 5 points and just gave them 3. So still a tough hill to climb, but you know what? GK is slowly adapting. I think now this merits a respect ban of that Dream Witch.
Right. This is definitely going to be unquestionably
want to ban Dream Witch going in to round 3. Just really pressure these hunters into just going with picks that are a little bit more linear, I would say. Linear in terms of just straight up not having the same multitasking capabilities that a Dream Witch can pull off. But you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about this particular second half here. Again, just the ideal thing you want to happen towards the start if you can nail this mechanic to go back to the manor, and that's exactly what 72S was able to accomplish. It kind of complicated the scenario moving forward for VX, similar to what happened in round 1. I think they had a lot more leeway working with this, though. As we saw, they actually could have gone out safer with a 2-2, but again, just VX, I mentioned this earlier during the game, they're just so comfortable with making these risky plays where they would still want to push the envelope towards getting more survivors out, even though the stakes are just kind of not the stakes are pretty high with what they're rolling with, what they could lose. And we saw what happened. They did lose out on, instead of making it a half seas where this round could have just ended in a half, ended up losing out on 3 survivors. But like I said, they still had a lot they still have quite a bit of points in the bank because of round 1. So I think that risk was merited.
Yeah, Ling Tian wanting to go big or go home. And I think he can rest tonight knowing that he did everything he can to try to gain as much points as possible. But right now we are going to round number 3. So no mistakes can be made on both sides. Pressure is still on with GK, alleviated just a little bit because of that performance, but you know what? That's still an arduous task. It's 11-6. That's
Right.
it's a 5-point difference. So they really have to make magic work in this round number 3 for them to extend their, just to get that victory or possibly go for a tiebreaker. But knowing both these teams, they don't want to go for that. They want to win decisively in this set.
Yeah, and correct me if my math is correct, but what GK needs to accomplish is there's no more room for half C's for them. Yeah.
they can, but then they have to get a sweep at the end.
Right.
Yeah. So much as possible, they don't want to go for a half. So let's try to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, like by the math, they kind of do have to get at least one of those rounds perfect. I think a 3-1-3-1, like let's say they get 3-1-3-1 in favor of themselves. I don't think that'll be enough in the points.
Yeah, because they're giving points to VX. And let's do the math a little later on because the match data is on screen. 72S turning things up with his Dream Witch, 11 attack hits, 1 pallet destroyed, 5 knockdowns, and now that was a 3-1. The mechanic was snuffed out first. She was able to get 100% decoding, 33-second kiting, and Capcom over here buying some time did get chaired towards the end there, and Ling Tian buying as much time as possible for his team, 102 seconds, and the main decoder was Synchros. It's weird to say because Synchros usually is the one that does all the kiting.
Right. And just doing the math a bit further, talking about the win condition. So here we go. So it's 11-6 right now. Technically, both teams have a round win each of each other. But let's say if you head into round 3, if GK gets 3-1-3-1 in their favor, technically by points, VX still wins. But if you're going to go by round count, GK wins. So... Which actually, I think this is something we'll kind of confirm with production. Like,
if it reaches that point, because that is a good question, because they did snowball the points. But 72S getting MVPs, back-to-back Dream Witches being highlighted for MVPs. So it seems like these teams really heavily picked the Dream Witch early on, and that does merit a respect ban coming from VX.
Right.
So yeah, speaking of win conditions, that was an excellent point you brought up. If it chooses to get there, I guess we do have to confirm with production on what the next steps would be.
Yeah, and okay, before I mean, there's the possibilities of how these points can roll out, but let's talk about the immediate possibilities moving forward, which is, of course, going to be how these teams approach pick and ban. Dream Witch, I really think, should be taken off the board. Second ban, I feel, would be a bit more situational. Situational in the sense that, by standard, we've seen these two hunters be excellent at Bloody Queen, historically speaking, not just talking about IVC, but even in past tournaments.
Yes.
But you also have the factor of map
preference.
like bands, bands that suddenly come into the picture based on what map you have. Because sometimes, let's say, both hunters are secondarily extremely good at Bloody Queen, let's say, just for example, but all of a sudden you're faced with a map where there's a hunter that might be in their pocket or might be in meta that is probably essential to ban because he's super strong. He or she is super strong on this particular map, this hunter. So that's something you want to take into account here going into round 3.
Yeah, I think the Dream Witch for sure is no question has to be banned with how efficient both these players, both God J and 72S, how they utilize that. Now the next one, I guess if it's a huge map, they would want to, I mean, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to ban that Bloody Queen as well, just to limit the usage of that mirror. But we did see 72S use the Violinist, so that could be brought into question as well. But you're leaving room open for that Bloody Queen, as well as maybe a Bonbon for him to be able to use. Not to mention also, I'm just going to add some more factors to this conversation.
Right.
God J used the Soul Weaver in his previous match on Lakeside. So, I mean, again, that's an off-meta pick. I think he was just feeling the Soul Weaver that day. Just something to think about for those two players, for those two teams. Sure thing.
So tricky though. Also, Survivor bans, I think this one is a bit more easier to go by. Likely straight up ban on the Triumvirate unless you need to merit a Priestess ban. Again, you also have to look at the map. That has usually been the trend, especially with the more meta-oriented teams that have been progressing through this tournament. I'm not sure. I'm trying to recall if there were any what other bans on Survivors came up for round 3 that are out of the Triumvirate and Priestess.
Forward.
Forward. There we go.
That's another one to consider. Also considering that Ling Tian and V8 are really good forwards that could really change the tides. I mean, we saw how effective that forward was yesterday. Shoutouts to IVS and that clutch forward just tackle towards the end. So yeah, that's another out of the Triumvirate. But which would you let through though? Would you let the Seer through? Would you let the Mech through? Or would you let the Mercenary through?
Oh my gosh, that is so tricky. A lot of the teams so far have been much more comfortable with letting Seer through. After yesterday, though, I'm suddenly not sure about that anymore.
Yeah, yesterday it was a highlight of Mechanic and Seer. We did see a ban Mercenary, though. So that's what allowed Seer and Mechanic to push through. But you know what? The Triumvirate, if they're chosen, you do see them a lot. They do play a factor with win conditions, whether it be kiting or giving utility to the team with an extra body or an owl. So pretty hard to call. If it's a big map, I would say, yeah, ban the Priestess. Maybe let the Seer through. For me, that's me.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I can get behind that. By preference, I would do that as well. I guess it just really comes down to what teams are much more comfortable to work with as well, and then try to make sense of how it pans out strategically once you have that lineup against, like, going into the map, in contrast with the map, in contrast with the hunter that they're going up against. So we'll just have to see.
And just to point out as well, the maps that we've been seeing is very textbook. We saw the Red Church first and Hospital. So, we didn't see a Leo's Memory. We didn't see an Ever Sleeping Town, which have been prevalent in the previous days. So it just shows that these guys could play really textbook Survivor in these maps and textbook Hunters as well.
Exactly. And just trust both VX and GK to be able to stick hardcore to this meta, whether or not they'll have any sudden surprises. I really feel that they don't need to bring that to the table just yet. Again, they've already cemented their spot in the top 4, so you don't really need to show all your cards just yet. If anything, this is just, of course, they want to give it their all going into this match, but it's also an opportunity to just really work on the groundwork in preparation for top 4 matches, because that's going to get pretty grueling.
Yeah, that's true. I believe if maps would be a factor based on the performance of VX and Gajay, he's not as dominant in larger maps. Unlike we did see 72S perform really well in Leo's Memory. So I think he's more comfortable. Again, if we're gonna compare inches here, maybe they have to go for that bigger map just to give Gajay more to consider, because I believe 72S may be a little more comfortable with bigger maps.
Right. I would actually love to see a bigger map, because the past 2 maps have been the more
compact.
Yeah. It would be nice to see how they'd fare on a wider terrain, so to speak.
Yeah, more grounds to run around and roam around and see how their transitional kiting would work best. So yeah, the big maps that could pop up are the Ever Sleeping Towns, that has been showing a lot of presence in IVC, that being one of the newest maps. We do have Lakeside, the oldie but goodie, and one of our casters' favorite maps. And you know what? We have that Moonlit River. So again, I don't know which map would they'd be more comfortable with. But if they do go with a bigger map, that would bring a lot of questions to the table.
Right. And just what picks they might decide on bringing. I think because by safety, you could bring something like, we've seen some teams just opt for a Bloody Queen if it's open, just because, there's that double purpose of mirror image, being able to not only close distance, but also traverse terrain, so to speak, if necessary. But yeah, just a lot of possibilities up in the air. I think this one's just a little bit more easier to play by, just because again, both teams do like to play by the meta, more textbook. So
here's a question I want to pose: if we do see a big map, do you think they're gonna risk not banning the Dream Witch, since the Dream Witch does struggle a little bit in the bigger maps? Or
I think it's It's definitely possible, especially if you're going for the ones with the max amount of terrain as far as map availability in IVC. That's something that I think is going to be hard to multitask around, because if you look at some of the games that Gajay had, for example, in round 1, one of the reasons why he was able to multitask so hard was not just his innate skill, but also by looking at some things like cipher proximity. It's just so much more manageable. And when you're working on these bigger maps, it's just hard to, the positioning you have to take into account of, just so that you're within signal of your followers, so to speak.
Exactly. Yeah, the range as well of the field of vision he has, or presence he has on that map, will be hampered. I do agree with that. That maybe, depending on how big the map is, maybe they can not opt for the ban of a Dream Witch, but opt for the ban of someone with more utility in terms of mobility, like a Wu Chang, or maybe for sure a Bloody Queen would be banned, because that's one of the most optimal ones to be used, especially with her mirrors and how she can traverse around and really defend ciphers as she chairs the survivors. So Really interesting stuff. I really want to jump into the picks and bans, and that is what's going to be happening now, ladies and gentlemen. We're done with the land of speculation. We're heading into this, and we're going to see a VX on the Survivor side first, while 72S will be doing the hunting, and we're at Lakeside Village.
Yes, sir. Okay, looks like we are going to get the wider bit of terrain touch, and okay, Dream. This is something that you brought up earlier, Potch. With a map like this, is Dreamwitch going to be worth the ban to put on? So, guess not for VX. That's for sure.
Yeah, with 72S being a maestro with the violinist, does not want to deal with that in this huge terrain. We do see the cast of characters here. Priestess being banned forward as well as the Seer. So one of the Triumvirate only being banned from the side of GK, who we're going to use a Dream Witch on Lakeside. Okay, so 72S really gambling it all here on this one because he really needs to add points on the board for his team. Will the followers have enough range to see and scope out all these survivors, which are the Gravekeeper, Mechanic, Perfumer, and Mercenary?
Yeah, I mean, Dreamwitch is very much doable as a pick. Just harder if you're Hunter.
Yes, not as smothering because of how wide the real estate of Lakeside Village is.
But you know what, Potch? Here we go. It's make it or break it for both GK and VX as we head into the first half of round 3. Let's go ahead and see if 72S can get a whiff of the ideal survivor that he's looking for, in which case he wants in on Joseph. He definitely wants Joseph.
Yep, going for Capcun right away. And you know what? He was able to drop that pallet just for him to extend that kiting time. Hey, look where we are. We're at Big Rock. 72S leaving that survivor there and just trying to shift away and trying to look for the ideal target, which I believe is the Mechanic. And now Synchros, the ever elusive Perfumer, will be spotted, but 72S not wasting much time. Gravekeeper is still in that dig state. I believe 72S wanting to be able to just get rid of those shovels. And we see 72S, though, find Joseph XD. Will he be able to get it? One swipe in for the Mechanic.
Yeah, good rotations coming in from 72S here, knowing very well what his priorities should be. Not just in life, but also in game, as far as survivors he should be focusing on, and already gets that early whack onto Joseph, so this is already a good start.
So Joseph XD trying to transition, going ashore. Synchros is in the vicinity. And now Joseph XD trying to buy as much time. Blink is going to be used, and look at that 72S able to down the Mechanic in the early stages of this match.
You know, this is a bit double-edged if you're gonna think about it. I mean, sure, wide terrain means the Hunter has a lot more walking around to do. But as survivors, if you have somebody that's strapped to a rocket chair, so do you if you want to go for the rescue. And that's kind of what VX has to do right now. They have to cancel their plans on working on Cypher progress and make sure that they secure Joseph.
Yeah, that's true. Especially that they denied the Priestess. It's going to be harder for them to traverse on foot in Lakeside Village. Ling Tian in the vicinity of that Mechanic, and that Mechanic is pushing those ciphers as she is in that chair. We have 3 injured survivors, and wow, the last effort was popped. 72S is not messing around. He wants to chair that Mechanic once again.
Yes, sir. Luckily, though, Mechanic still has another life to work with, so to speak. Once he hits that rocket chair, gonna be on the halfway mark, if I'm not mistaken. But look at this, the multitasking coming in from 72S this time. Really trying to make the most of what pressure he can put. And look at those survivors. This is gonna be tricky because not only do they have to worry about Joseph being rescued once again, but they also want to make sure that they are perfectly healed up. And in this case, they really want to make sure that they work on Ling Tian.
Yeah, that's true. And just to note, that Mercenary was trying to pop that Cypher in Shack, but then 72S guarding that Cypher with his life. And now we see, I believe, the Perfumer trying to pick up that Mercenary, while Gravekeeper is trying to make his way towards the shore area. He is up on Big Boat, so it's going to be a pretty big stretch for him to be able to go. Capgun in the vicinity, going for the final seconds to save this Mechanic, while the Mechanic is still pushing with the puppet. Gonna get that hit, and now Joseph XD trying to survive for his life.
Yes, sirree. Just one last life for Joseph to work with. He has to make it count, but it's going to be really hard. And there you go. Mission accomplished there for 72S, getting that one final whack that'll finally send Mechanic back to the manor once he straps him on for the ride on that rocket chair. And take note, 4 ciphers remaining. VX has been on their feet constantly. If anything, they've been nothing but responsive to what 72S has been doing on this map. Barely as much time that they're able to commit towards these ciphers. But you know what? Luckily, they made the most out of it with what Joseph was able to offer, not just in terms of keeping the hunter preoccupied, but also to his puppets.
That's true. 3 ciphers are already popped, so the Mechanic did buy the team a lot of time. But now 2 ciphers remain with 3 survivors, and we have a fully fed Dream Witch that is also leached onto a Gravekeeper. 72S did all he can for these survivors to be as responsive as possible, because after he was able to chair that Mechanic, he went right away to head towards that Gravekeeper as this Gravekeeper transitions to shore, and the Mercenary trying to find more ciphers to pop. Now, let's see how Capcom will be able to utilize his toolkit. Actually, no toolkit. He has to utilize the real estate of Lakeside Village.
Yes, sir. And oh man, there you go. The Leech will come in once again. A bit of a way to go, but you know what? All good. Looks like Ling Tian will be the next target of focus for 72S here, trying to figure out how he's going to go about this. But you know, VX, there is a bit of a responsiveness still, so they're not able to just laser focus on these last 2 ciphers just yet.
True. Wow, the blink was used to close out that distance, waiting for that swipe, and the Gravekeeper will fall. And unfortunately for 72S, that wasn't the leech he hit him with, so he does have that leech still on him. Now we see Synchros use the perfume just to make sure that 72S will think twice about swiping at him, but then it will be expended. The Gravekeeper sees his first round in the rocket chair.
Yeah, 72S though, doing a great job amidst this large terrain, really pressuring his presence on the ciphers, which isn't making it an easy game for VX as far as trying to poise themselves for that pop of timing.
And you see Synchros there working on that cipher, but you know, a Leech Survivor here is it's a daunting task. But now Mercenary playing body block, was not able to get that. You know what? Laser focus coming out of 72S, hits the Perfumer, but she's able to use her perfume. She's not leeched anymore. So let's see if she'll be able to pop this cipher near the shore before 72S is able to leech. Oh no, switches to Abnormal, unfortunately, and Synchro still working on that cipher, will be leeched for it while the Gravekeeper is still down.
Oh, that was dirty coming in from 72S. But you know what? That was perfection, in which case this is really setting back VX right now, and they've expended so many resources already.
They have, and this is the smothering snowball that the Dream Witch presents to the survivors, expending all the resources. The Mercenary is the only one with a kit available to him, that is the syringe. So nothing to pose a threat for the Hunter in terms of stunning her or being able to daze her in any way. Ling Tian, though, is just within the area, but Gravekeeper is the one that he's trying to look for, as the Perfumer is still the one that is leeched, and now we're seeing yet another leech come out, and he's going to go after the Mercenary.
Oh, man. VX is really struggling to prep these ciphers. The Abnormal is becoming such a detriment to them, because not only are they struggling with trying to up these ciphers, but also just the constant rotations that they have to do with 2 followers patrolling the area and keeping these ciphers in check.
Yeah, that was I mean, we always think that detention is the game changer, but that Abnormal is just, it's such a, it just adds more layers of difficulty, even though the task is difficult enough going after a Dream Witch. And 72S, kudos to him, showing how to hunt as a Dream Witch here in large terrains.
Oh, man. Ling Tian just trying to get his bearings once again, but just also trying to buy what time he can. Perfumer and Mercenary already have a hit to them. You got a feel for VX. There's no room to breathe in this game.
Yeah, they really are doing a great job lasting long, but they're on the defense now. They're not pushing objectives. They're finding ways just to circumvent the followers that he presents. And look at that. The defense coming out of 72S still guarding that Cypher over there at shore, not wanting to move at all. And you see that the mercenary is trying to get rid of that leech. It's really a battle of endurance from here on in with 2 Cyphers still remaining. No blink is a factor now, but that hit is gonna land and Ling Tian will be falling soon enough.
Oh boy, 72S not slowing down at all. He has VX in the palm of his hand. And you know what, Putch? 2 Cyphers. That is, if it was 1 Cypher remaining, then that would have been a bit more of breathing room for VX, but at this point you have 2 Cyphers with barely any utility to spare. That's such a tall order. That's making the climb for Mount Everest in this case.
True. They do have a little bit of utility. Gravekeeper does have a wand. We do have the Perfumer running with 1 elbow pad. So let's see. Capcom, though, in the vicinity of the main body of 72S, trying to go for that save. Will he be leeched, though? Because the mercenary is the one with that leeched follower. Capcom making his rounds. He doesn't have those shovel to eat those hits, so it's going to be pretty risky. Gets the save, no tide turner, so it's going to be very interesting. Oh, unfortunate for Gravekeeper using that wand, and he got hit by that follower, and now Capcom has to make his rounds in that rocket chair.
Ooh, sneaky Ling Tian over there. Gotta feel for VX because not only do they have to constantly rotate, but because there's not really that much room to breathe either, they barely have these opportunities where they can recuperate, try to work on their heals. And that's kind of been the saving grace for some of these survivors when they're trying to play it methodically. Try to work with better health when you try to go for these rescues, but there has barely been any opportunities that has presented them with being able to do just that.
But look at that, 1 Cypher remaining, and the Perfumer is really doing her rounds. But look at that, shifting the attention away from the Gravekeeper and Mercenary. And now see, this is the multitasking that comes out of 72S. Now it is the Mercenary's turn to go back to the rocket chair. Second time in that rocket chair. Perfumer is trying her darnest to push those Cyphers. Ling Tian, though, is just still within the area. So that is an excellent chair placement by 72S for him to guard that Cypher, since he did use Abnormal to a great amount.
Man, that has got to be frustrating for VX, really trying to work hard on that Cypher just right outside of ship. And the other Cypher that they could be working on is within reasonable proximity for 72S to keep an eye on. So tricky.
It is very tricky indeed. Ling Tian, though, on his last legs here in that chair, and you see that the follower is just waiting for that priestess, tempting her. Yeah, just try to push this objective. I dare you. I double dare you. Now Capcom going to small boat, trying to find some resources to work with. And these guys just have to really work with the real estate. And this is what's so scary for the survivors, because the transitional kiting in Lakeside Village is really hard, especially if you don't have any tools to your arsenal.
Gosh, and you know what's scary about this watch is 72S is just that type of hunter where the further these rounds go, the more he goes into plus ultra, and this is no surprise right here. Just not worn down whatsoever, constantly keeping this pressure up on the side of VX, and 2 members of VX remaining. Oh man, it's a tough call to make as far as what VX can make out of this at this point.
These were shades of his performance yesterday when he used the violinist at Ever Sleeping Town, because he is going in that plus ultra mode. Capcom really trying his best to get rid of that leech and buy as much time, but now the spawned follower moves over his attention to the dungeon. Synchros trying to make his way towards a Cypher, but I believe the crows are already just attracting the attention of 72S, and that is what's happening. Synchros has to use everything to his advantage because he does not have any perfumes left. He does have a magic wand, so that may help in terms of extending the kite a little longer, but right now just all cards are with 72S.
This is super tiring for VX at this point. They've exhausted as much as they can their own utility, looking through boxes for whatever forms of cosplay they can do of other survivors in this game. They've done it all, and it's this abnormal coming in from 72S, which is just a nail in the coffin that prevents them from barely doing anything in this game as far as Cypher progression. I think at this point, one of the more tangible things that they can do in this game is bank on getting at least one survivor out of the dungeon. But that in itself is like,
that's a tough task.
It is.
Because you know that 72S is very greedy. He does not want to give them that luxury, and he wants more points on the board. That is why the Gravekeeper is not seeing that rocket chair just yet. Because we saw it yesterday, he doesn't want any survivors out of here. We do see Synchros trying to push that objective and push that Cypher, but he is going to get leeched for it, and now he is heading towards the hills here and just moving away from that leeched follower.
Yes, sir. And meanwhile, Gravekeeper is back up on his feet, though. So, okay, Perfume actually.
Wow, that excellent use of the magic wand. So Synchros, showing that he does have a utility of cosplay to just change characters here, just to extend a little bit. But again, arduous task ahead. One Cypher remaining, and with the constant attention being ping-ponged back and forth by 72S, moving from Cypher to Cypher, now shifting his attention to Capcom. He already got down Articuno, so he can't be downed again because he will expire after that.
Oh man, how is VX gonna play this out at this point though? They really have to buy a lot of time if they want to maybe make this dungeon a win condition. But I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna take a Hail Mary and whatever prayers, hallelujah, to make that happen for VX in this game. But you know what? They've bought so much time already, so gotta respect the endurance here.
Yeah, that's something to really highlight because they're still pushing the pace, and there's still it's still a back and forth. There's going to be a split second here where the momentum is going to shift, but right now 72S not overextending himself, making sure that these survivors are still a constant threat, going for Capcom, but the Perfumer is able to able to push that objective, so he is going to prime that Cypher. Capcom really buying enough time, but we are going to see a down Gravekeeper. Is he going to make the pop in time? Oh my gosh, waiting for it. Oh, he's able to get the pop, but unfortunately the Gravekeeper was picked back up.
Ooh, that was really good timing there by 72S. Just that split second, guys. A split second that made the difference for VX here. But, okay, it's really time to put the pedal to the metal here. Take note of 72S's positioning here, going towards the gate near the cornfield, just to get a whiff of that. But is he gonna try to go for the heal there?
Yeah, that's a very risky task because that is a leeched Gravekeeper. So I think he's waiting to buy enough time because the tension is in the air right now and he can feel it, and he is fully healed. So that is Synchros, a very slippery survivor. We're gonna see Capcom try his best to wiggle his way towards a better spot for the Perfumer to find the dungeon. But it's still, look at the lower left screen. The Perfumer just tiptoeing to make sure that you know what, there's still that heartbeat so the crows won't come, and that he's still within the area, as well as he's sandwiched between the Gravekeeper is sandwiched between the dungeon and his teammate.
Yeah, 72S constantly trying to get a whiff of where exactly this Perfumer is. If 72S turns a little bit more left,
oh my gosh, he made a noise. And now 72S main body is on the hunt now for this Perfumer. Synchros now attracting the attention of two survivors here. The crows are a factor, and the tension is still with 72S. There's nowhere to go, and we're going to see a down Perfumer. GG may be called here because the Gravekeeper is already down, but he does, yes, it's true. Oh, wow. I thought that they were going to try to go for that dungeon, but my God, 72S turning the tides, getting 5 points for his team.
That was a long game, but kudos to 72S. He really played it patient, knowing very well that there were a lot of cards to his favor on his side. It was really all a matter of making sure that he kept everybody in check on VX's side. And kudos to VX as well for rolling with the punches for that long. Again, it was like the wind conditions that they had as the numbers started dropping got narrower and narrower and narrower. And it's like only a centimeter of a chance that they could have gotten one survivor out. But you know what? They rose up to the challenge. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out towards the end, but still massive respect for both teams for playing out for the duration that it did.
And just kudos to 72S rocking the Dream Witch, even though on paper it would be tough for her to patrol the area around Lakeside, one of the biggest maps we have in Identity 5. He just shows that, you know, he can play the meta in off-meta maps. So kudos to him, and kudos to survivors, as you mentioned as well, still not being phased by how much pressure 72S was putting on them. Even when that moment that you felt that the perfumer was decoding, then all of a sudden, what happened? Oh man, we got abnormal. Oh no. And it just, there's two ciphers. It took so long for them to go for those pop. That, yeah, 72S was firing on all cylinders in this match.
Yeah, it was super duper hard on the flip side. But you know what? Let's talk about what 72S did right. Towards the start of that game. It was a long one, but I think, again, we've brought this up constantly. Whenever there's a mechanic up on the board, you want to try to bring down that mechanic as soon as possible. And 72S was very patient at that. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he encountered 2 survivors. He went like 270 degrees across the map just to sniff out where Joseph is. He knew that cipher rushes would have been a problem if left unchecked. So he wanted to make sure that he dealt with that mechanic accordingly. And good job.
Great job. Let's check out the match data. Look at the containment time from everyone here. Joseph XD, though, like still being able to push those ciphers 3 digits into decoding progress, able to do her job as the mechanic, but she was the first one out. Look at the carnage that 72S left in his wake. 21 attack hits, 10 pals destroyed, and 10 knockdowns. I think this is a triple-double in Hunter's perspective in terms of how much destruction he left in the wake of the Lakeside Village. But also to mention, the containment times were very impressive by Synchros, Lingtian, and Captgun, as well as the decoding progress, because this was a long match.
It was a long one for sure. But you know what? That long game gave, I'm pretty sure, God J as well as the 4 survivors from GK are just raring to go after that one. That is more than enough time for them to just take a breather and rest up, because second half is going to be make it or break it for these guys.
So now actually this begs the question, and we could probably ask the people backstage this, because GK technically almost could seal the deal, the win or a tie in this round. So are we going to see a tiebreaker unless GK does GK is able to win now, because right now the score is dead even at 11 points. If we do go for a tie, yes, there will be a tiebreaker, but comparing the round wins, I believe GK is going to best this one even if we go for that tie.
Yeah, I think because straight up wait, my
I just saw like don't leave me.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, like half C's are out of the equation for VX, but before that, okay, let the sky fall.
The captain of GK stepping up to the mantle here, replacing For You, realizing that the stakes are way too high for him to sit on the sidelines being the captain here. He wants to be the fighting captain and go for it. So roster change, very interesting. Now, are they going to deny him that his preferred merc? Because we did see the band. We saw a band Priestess and a forward, and I believe a seer come out of 72S. So that was pretty interesting in terms of the selection process. But you know what? 72S played that game to perfection.
Yeah, they probably have something up their sleeve for bringing Skyfall into this particular game. Yeah, going back to talking about win conditions here. Half Cs are not a possibility for
VX.
VX, yeah. Because sure, by points it would tie, but by round wins it'll lean towards GK. So they really VX needs to aim for that 3-1 or higher in order to. Well, no, oh man, no, they actually have to. Just to make things towards absolution, they have to go for a perfect score as well.
Yeah, if they make it. Oh yeah, maybe if people listen to me backstage, if they go for that 3-1 in terms of points, they're still gonna lead in totality. But does that merit a tiebreaker?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, by virtue of priority, I think rounds are still factored in because let's look at previous matches. Especially, I think a good not case study, a good example would be the Call of the Abyss 3 Southeast Asian qualifiers. We've had particular games that were close, like let's say you have a 3-1, 2-2, and then another were 3-1, 2-2. Like technically, if you think about it, if you head into a round 3 by points, the team that was at the 1-1, like the lesser points, could technically catch up if they perfect their games. But since they prioritize rounds, they didn't need to go into round 3 because they already had. I think it goes by the same virtue. Think of it this way: let's say round 1 didn't happen. Now, let's say round 1 was the could have been for round 3, and you just treat these round 2 and round 3 as though these are just 2 rounds as is. Like you look at the rounds and GK automatically would win just by virtue of winning more rounds, regardless of whether or not the points are.
Right. Yeah. If we're gonna boil it down to rounds, yes, they did best them. So yeah, VX really has to go all out to go for a half, just so that they can deny that round win, so we can go by virtue of points.
Right.
So yeah, tough task, and look how 72S being the momentum breaker of VX, changing the tides and putting the favor in their team. So, wow, excellent stuff. Now that the map has been determined, which is Lakeside, what do you think with the hunter? What choices does GodJ have in terms of hunters? Because he did hunt with Soul Weaver in this map. I don't know if he'll bring it out again though.
I think probably not, in my opinion. That one time he brought out Soul Weaver, I mean, circumstantially didn't really contribute to them winning that match at that point. But we can still put a pin on that in case. But you know what? Let's go ahead and find out as we head into pick and ban.
Okay, we're going to see some meta bans off the bat, Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. And we're going to see 2 of the Triumvirate with a forward in the mix, a Seer and a Merc. Skyfall with the mech. Okay, Sloth Top with the first officer, V8 with a Gravekeeper. Now, who will Rose Rin lock with here at Lakeside Village?
I swear they're adding extra suspense by blocking that last survivor pick. Okay, it's like a scratch. You know that scratch card? It's like that's what's happening right now. But what's the big scratch going to be on Hunter?
Let's see what GodJ will be using. They did deny the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch. We're seeing. Wow, the first Wu Chang in IVC, and GodJ is using him. Excellent stuff. Excellent call. I'm a big Wu Chang fan. Over here at Lakeside, I'm excited.
I'm gonna make a deal with the stream right now. If GodJ manages to force Survivor out this, I'm gonna do a giveaway for that new Wu Chang skin that came out, the Frost Wu Chang.
Wow. Okay.
Because holy cow!
You heard it here.
Put that on record, guys. If GodJ gets 4 survivors back to the manor on this Wu Chang, I'll do that giveaway. I'll announce it on my Twitter with how you can join that. But you know what? Let's find out. GodJ, Wu Chang, let's do this.
So sees Skyfall first. Great option here, going for the mech, but the mech was able to just down that pallet right on the money for him to extend this kite. God J still not deterred, still focusing here. Even great rotations by Skyfall going to Cornfield. And now, again, this is how Wu Chang really needs the chase early on, because he needs to build that momentum for him to be able to get the Bell and that Soul Siphon.
Right. And for the record, guys, that giveaway only applies to Asia. Just to put that out there, because that's the only place I have echoes. Just additional there. Sorry,
yeah, just a little reminder. So, God J getting the first hit on the mechanic. The mechanic has not touched the Cypher as of yet, but you know what? She was able to drop that doll. He does have access to that bell, and now we're seeing Skyfall buy a lot of time for his teammates. Charged up hit, and it finds the mark. Mechanic will be falling.
Oh my gosh. This is great for God J. So, Poch, while we see Skyfall strapped to this rocket chair, again, the mechanic, optimal target here. Let's talk about the risks of running a Wu Chang. Like, what do you need to accomplish if you are bringing a Wu Chang to the team?
You need to be able to control right away, right off the bat. Wow, just using the teleport early on, because he does have access to the umbrella, so he can move around the map. And now he has, he needs one more down for him to be able to get that access of one more thing. But look, gets the first officer. He's almost fully fed. Now he has that Soul Siphon. These are the tools that make Wu Chang so deadly, because he's able to negate and really have a great chase game. Excellent hit on V8 as he went in that burrow state and negated that, but V8 dropping a lot of pallets for him to extend this kite.
Nonetheless, though, take note, with mechanic back up and kicking, these ciphers are going at full swing in progress once again. God J might want to take that into account while he's preoccupied with V8 here.
And now we're going to see the trip happen. Oh, wow, excellent call going for that burrow state. V8 buying some time, and as you mentioned, yes, the mechanic is up and running, so they are still prioritizing that Cypher rush. God J shifting his attention over here at the left side of the boat and sees Rosarin, the priestess. Is he going to commit to her?
Oh man, God J, this is so tricky. I mean, look at the lower left portion of your screen, ladies and gents. Those puppets, again, such an asset to GK right now. There is so much breathing room for them. When it's interesting because there was such a lack thereof in the previous half. So this is really good work from GK so far. And God J, the pressure is on him. He really needs to pick up the speed.
Yeah, GK is doing a great job keeping this Wu Chang really preoccupied. Now that he's fully fed, yes, he can use that Soul Siphon, finds Sloth Top over here, and spots the dungeon. Excellent call there, going for that first officer, but we do have some healthy survivors, Articuno. Teleport is going to be used, and snipes out the mechanic's doll, and now he's going to know where the mechanic is at.
Ooh, that's pretty big. But did you see the progress on that Cypher though, Poch? I think at this point in time, it's really safe to say that even if God J catches this mechanic, the damage has been done. GK has made so much progress prepping these Cyphers.
True. Now we're going to see over here at Logs how God J is going to play this. Tries to trap him up, and he's able to snipe out the first officer, his second down survivor. First being the mechanic, but him shifting his sights, then the rescue was ready. Looking at the utility, the Gravekeeper does have a magic wand, and the first officer does have a pocket watch left, so he can extend his kiting time, whoever chooses to save him.
Yes, sirree. And this is great for GK because a lot of the targets that God J have been landing so far are first timers on these rocket charters. There hasn't really been a consistent mark that God J has been able to pursue. And again, these are just all adding up towards GK's benefit in this game.
Wow. Look at the Soul Siphon, really trying to negate the save to happen just so that Skyfall will have no way of utilizing the tools. Finds it, but look at this. Aims it right, and look at that. Oh, popped Cypher though. The exchange on this of this matchup is crazy. Gets the last effort on the mech, but the first officer is out of that rocket chair.
This is so huge for GK, Poch. It really looks like that they're poised to at least escape with a minimum of 3 survivors.
True.
And I mean, oh gosh.
And now this is tough because the first officer is able to use his pocket watch, so he is chasing an after image. Let's see if he'll get it. God J is still focusing on this first officer. Sloth Top buying so much time for his teammates. if I would see that the mechanic is still down while everyone is propping the exit gate over there at the bottom side of Lakeside Village. Sloth now has no more utility to work with. The pocket watch is done, so Godjay trying to down this. Oh wow, he finds the portal though, and able to teleport. Will he be able to spoil the exit of some of these survivors? Oh, that was the after image. The Gravekeeper's out of here, but we still have 3 casts of characters in this matchup.
Yeah, Godjay making that transition back to Slothtop here. Looks like Will just content himself with bringing Slothtop to the chair. But if Godjay isn't able to get anyone else, this is as good as done for GK's favor.
That's true. We do see we are going to see a GG 2-2. It's a tied game, but in terms of round win, it's GK that comes out on top.
This is, again, another matchup that is going down in Southeast Asia history for Identity 5. GK and VX. This is only group stage, guys. We got such an intense game from Awesome versus NR just the week before. And now we have this gem of a matchup between GK versus VX. In which case, I mean, just the narrative for this match with how it went, VX starting off strong, but GK knowing how to get that picture perfect finish towards the epic conclusion of a best of 3 right there.
Yeah, it just shows that the start of the match does not dictate how these teams would play out, because, you know what, GK, I have to say, is a diesel engine. They did have a rough start in the first round, but they were able to pick things up in the second, and man, they were able to punch it in the third. And beautiful stuff on 72S's side, as well as the survivors, especially the Wu Chang pick. That was insane on the side of Godjay.
Like, what a surprise right there. Unfortunately, we won't be getting that giveaway, guys.
Not yet, unless we have another Wu Chang. So
oh my gosh, don't try it on our end. But yeah, let's talk about that game a bit more.
Sure.
I was already I felt like there was I thought there was going to be a good premonition towards the start for Godjay. Like, there was such a good telltale of Godjay being able to get more survivors out because he found mechanic first. What became tricky is that he wasn't able to commit towards
we got the prediction wrong.
He wasn't able to predict the word. He wasn't able to consistently follow the same survivor, but there you go. Prediction is.
I know one caster that's pretty happy. Shout outs to Cat Caster. She got her prediction right. While we did not. Again, it was really neck and neck, to be honest. And you know what? These are the moments that were okay being proven wrong because we were able to witness a great match.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, Artico. I saw your face. You were like, darn it.
Yeah. No, just kidding. I'm kidding, guys. But yeah, just great job for GK. Going back to the discussion about what kind of went wrong. Again, just not being able to consistently pursue the same survivor really became a detriment. And the fact that, again, you were able to get the mechanic the first time, but after which, by pursuing everyone else, it just allowed mechanic to go back to regular business as usual. That's the best way to put it.
True. Even though that Wu Chang did have the umbrella and he was fully fed, it was just the attention of Wu Chang was spread out the map, and I believe he went after the mechanic, then went after the first officer, and having the mechanic still alive and just half health but still up and running, still has her doll, is pretty hard on the hunter side to have because the ciphers were all primed and ready to go. So let's check out the match data. I want to see how the conclusion of this epic clash was. We see Skyfall taking the mantle of being a player, 99% decoding, 102 seconds of kiting time. Slothtop not too far behind with 78 seconds with his first officer. V8 pushing the ciphers with his Gravekeeper and also spending some time with that Wu Chang, and Roserin providing that back exit with that portal and also pushing that cipher. Also looking at the handiwork of Godjay, 11 attack hits, 4 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdowns.
Yes, sirree. And oh man, still kudos to VX. As the match result unfolds before us, as I said, VX starting off strong, but GK ending it. I mean, Actually, there's a quote that comes to mind. VX won the battle, but GK won the war this time.
That's very fitting for this scenario because look at that 8-1, 3-5, 1-8. It's just how they were able to turn that table there. And yeah, GK was ready for a marathon. VX starting out strong though, but GK able to adapt in the middle and change things up. I think this is a hat trick. We have 3 Dreamwitch MVPs. So GK with a Dreamwitch MVP with 72 S's performance here. 10 knockdowns, 1 terror shock, 21 survivor hits, and 10 pallets destroyed. And average eliminations round up to 3. Intense stuff.
Oh, and you know what? It just makes me realize that. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about the nightmares I'm gonna have seeing Dreamwitch in my sleep after this. But one thing I will say, I guess, moving forward is it's just so reminiscent again of what we kind of saw at Call of the Abyss 3C qualifiers. VX knowing how to start strong, but it's like I'm having deja vu where GK just had the better endurance, knowing how to play under pressure and just. It's not even about keeping it consistent. It's just this upward trajectory that they were able to pull off. And an upward trajectory from like a very low point. Take note, that was 7 points that they had to catch up on from round 1. And then they slowly made that climb and guess they were, again, and managed to make the peak of Mount Everest in this case. So
yeah, kudos to the team of GK able to weather out the early storm that VX presented and that pace that they were able to set at the early part. Because 7 points in IVC is a tough call, but GK was able to rise to the occasion and proved everyone that why they're one of the top teams. Not to discount VX, I believe they are able to learn from this and they're able to adapt, especially how to adapt in high pressure situations and not rest on their laurels because of an excellent first round. They want to be able to turn things up. We just had a conversation, I believe, like an hour ago, saying that, you know what, if VX is able to win the second round, they'll deny the round number 3. But GK able to really play the long game and play the marathon instead of running a sprint.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, just well played by both teams. Definitely something that both teams will need to work on going into top 4, of course. For VX is trying to maintain momentum on their side. For GK, I think, in all fairness, I think it's great that they're like it's one of my overused lines, but like fine wine, the longer they go, the better it gets. But you know, you can't rely on that all the time. So they definitely want to try to up their, keep it at 100 as early as round 1 and just maintain that. Because moving forward, especially at COA 4, should they be able to make it into COA 4 as a rep for Southeast Asia, they're going to need more of that consistency. They're going to need that spark towards the start, just so that they don't always find themselves in a position where they have to keep chasing points.
Correct. And that's why I think they got matched up this early on, and that's one of the beauties of IVC in these certain matches, because they bring really the best of the best out for each other. And I always say steel sharpens steel, and we want our representative to be the best of the best here in Southeast Asia, especially going to Call of the Abyss 4. And right now, I just feel like we witnessed 2 of the top teams level each other up and push each other towards that limit for them to be able to really bring us to be able to deliver for an amazing playoffs as the days wind down towards October 25.
Right, and it's just gonna get all the more exciting here, but we only just started off with our match 1 being the Battle of the Juggernauts. This time it's gonna be a team. It's how do we frame this next match? Like, something that comes to mind is like the team with nothing to lose and the one with something to lose.
I would say one of them would be the gatekeeper for the other.
Okay.
In terms of them being able to play spoiler or be able to give access or deny them access to the playoffs. So that is one matchup to look forward to, especially coming from this match of the juggernauts that we built. And just to let you guys know, it is DT versus NR. So that is something to really look forward to because both these teams are very hungry and very game to play some Identity 5.
Yes, sir. Speaking of hungry, it's late into the night for the peeps watching from Southeast Asia. So, you guys haven't had dinner yet, might want to grab some dinner. And we also have, by the way, shout out as well to our viewers from the NAE region. Aside from we've been getting a lot of love on social media from the peeps in Asia, but I've also been receiving some comments and messages of support from peeps from NAU. So, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're watching. That's the beauty of the English broadcast. Since we're broadcasting from the main Identity 5 page, like we reach out to all these different communities out there. And we hope that you continue to join us as we still have 2 more weekends ahead, which is going to be the playoffs after this group stage weekend. That is.
Yeah, a great time to be Identity 5 fan. Shout outs to everyone watching at home, everyone, wherever you guys are. You guys are, you guys make the community so much more fun. And I just want to just highlight the love and support that these guys give out to us. So, you guys are the real MVPs here. Thank you so much for all the love and the comments that we receive. And also do share that with the players that are putting their heart and soul in these matches because they deserve it as well because they give us great matches for us to call and give us like a lot of highlighted moments as well to get to just scream over.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't just want to show the love and support to us. Please do support our players as well. There are some that even stream, and some that are active on Instagram, some that are active on Twitter. Yeah, be sure to follow their respective journeys, not just here at IVC, but even moving forward in other tournaments that they might be joining in the future. These players, actually, they're really fun to follow on social media, so definitely
really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, some of them are love the memes. I love the memes that come out from some of them. So definitely
that's one of the things I love about the Identity 5 community. Top tier memes all the way. And excellent content as well. So yeah, it's a great time to be Identity 5 fan, ladies and gentlemen. And also just spread the word. It's out there. IVC Southeast Asia 2020. The hashtag that we used is hashtag, correct me if I'm wrong, Articuno, hashtag IVC Southeast Asia 2020.
The other way around. IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. IVC 2020 SCA, guys. And I do see your tweets, by the way. So continue to put out your tweets. I try to like as many of them as possible. Let me refresh if there's anything new. Yep, there you go. Another one right there.
Yeah.
Sure. The first switch. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Just continue the conversation and spread the word out there that this is an excellent game to play with your friends and also to watch in a competitive scene like this. It brings us a lot of jaw-dropping moments that we witnessed and a lot of hype picks. As the tweet mentioned a while ago, the first Wu Chang pick of IVC, that's pretty hype.
Right. And oh man, it's gonna get all the more interesting. Are we gonna see some more interesting picks? I mean, we got some Gamekeeper the other day, but you know what? We'll have to just let the future happen. I was trying to think of something more grand to say, but you know what? That just means we need to take a quick break, ladies and gents. This has been the Identity 5 Championship 2020 for Southeast Asia. We'll catch you in a bit for our next match of the day. Gonna get all the more juicier. Articuno with me is Pot Spice, and we'll be right back. For now, see you in a bit.
之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人了。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到宜兄，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要吗？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克，下一站即将抵达布列斯特，下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发，下一站即将抵达维恩。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边， 新任舞女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成。
And we're back. I don't know where that come from to the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. We are once again your MCs for the rest of the week, and you are stuck with us, Articuno and Punch Spice.
Oh, I was waiting for the bars. I mean, that was great intro. I'm so excited to get this next match rolling because we were spoiled with such an amazing turnout between VX and GK. We were at the edge of our seats till the end, till the final seconds of that last match. And now we're going to be treated to another potential epic match between DAT and NR.
Yes, sirree. And of course, to all of you that are continuing to tune in, be sure to show your support for the teams that you want to see make it to the top four. Not just to the top four, make it all the way in this tournament to get that huge chunk of our 1 million Thai baht. I almost said Philippine peso because that's our currency. Prize pool and a direct invite to Call of the Abyss 4. And I see you guys on Twitter. Thanks for using that hashtag IVC 2020 SEA.
Yeah, just get the conversation going. Do let us know your thoughts. We do love hearing them, and we do love integrating the insights we gain from you guys in this upcoming cast, in these upcoming days, actually. So the days are whittling down towards the playoffs. We do have to get these matches out of the way to find out who are the top contenders. VX and GK are done with, and now we are going to DT versus NR. DT being the first one we're going to introduce, Kilowai Home, Yellow Duck, Jumperior, Hata, and Little Boy.
Yes, sirree. And DT, in all fairness, they what's the word I'm looking for? How do I even describe this? They're pretty hot right now. And I'm not talking like physical appeal hot, but just I'm pretty sure they are though. But aside from that, guys, also talking about just coming off of a game, and
Yesterday,
here they are again.
Yes, we did witness their epic match between I believe it was it. I forgot. I know Long Dep Try was there because they had to go through so much photographers. And just to reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, DT was stuck with 3-1, 3-1. It was really back and forth between them and their previous meeting yesterday. But now they're off to face NR, which is going to be a really crazy matchup.
Yes, sir. And oh gosh, I am looking at DT, and you have to take note, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the last game that they're playing in the group stage before we finally tally up all of their score, particularly because some of them still have a game tomorrow. But yeah, I would love to see, at least if you're a DT fan, you would love to see DT come out of. Finish their group stage on a high note with a victory. That is something they are still heavily endeavoring to pursue at this point in time. They're still looking for that, and trust that with the performance that we saw yesterday, they are going into this tournament. They're going into the Saturday with a I would say momentum of sorts, because they already got their warm-up yesterday. Now it's time to bring it full throttle going into their last game of this group stage.
And just to remind everyone and ourselves as well, DT went up against IVS yesterday and fell to them in a razor close decision, 13-11. We saw Long Dep Try's very persistent photographer, that Joseph, and also it just shows that DT has very strong survivors. Now you saw Kiloai home there. He does use the Axe Boy, also has a potential Bloody Queen. So we'll see which hunters will come out to play as they face NR. Now NR is no slouch in this competition. They do have some points on the board, and they do have, I mean, they're a very scary hunter, which is Aris.
Oh my gosh, you had to remind me. Like, as soon as he's with Aris, I'm like, who chills? Because, he's been pretty crazy. Again, we've been championing both Aris and Sky Zero as some of the hunters to look out for. Imagine, like, NR having a powerhouse roster. But you know what? Let's go ahead and look it up. Looks like they will be starting off with Aris, in which case, going into this second match. So we have Aris, Aurora, Dylan, Daddy, and Raindrop.
And Aris doing a lot of the. He was a menace with their epic match with OSM, especially when he got subbed in the second and the last match. He was really able to rack up a lot of points. His win rate, yes, he does have a Bloody Queen, but he also has a very scary violinist and I believe a Bonbon as well. So he has a lot of hunters under his belt, Articuno.
Yeah, he has a lot, and that's what makes Aris and his counterpart Sky Zero such a scary swapper roofer NR, depending on who they want to field. Aurora, here we have the Seer. Again, just NR, generally speaking, another team that isn't shy of bringing meta to the table.
And Dylan here has a bunch of highlight moments with this perfumer, the instant perfumes, able to buy a lot of time for his team. And he also can rock a seer. And Daddy, one of the hard-hitting rescuers in IVC, I believe he had a really good run in his second match. I think one of the people backstage says Daddy doesn't go back to the manor. And I believe Daddy can't play, and Daddy is surviving. So also, one of the trickiest survivors here is Raindrop with the signature priestess, really able to buy, the team enough time and buy secret passageways for them to be able to circumvent the map. So on paper, this looks like stylistically, it looks like a crazy matchup we're about to witness.
Yeah, God, it's crazy. And I'm expecting chaos going into this, so that's for sure. But yeah, focusing on NR strong points, they've really shown that they're double hunter, both statistically and in performance from what we saw, are just very heavy contenders to deal with. But yeah, looking at the prediction, looks like we're leaning towards NR this time, Poch. We didn't have the faith initially during the first weekend they played, but this time we're banking on him with our predictions towards a win this evening.
You know what?
Poch.
I feel like me and Articuno are really in sync. We're so in sync that we can finish each other's
sandwiches.
Samgyeopsal. Oh, no, sorry.
Oh my gosh. Darn it.
Sentences. But for sure, we did go for NR. Again, we did the math. We tried to compute, and we do believe that they do have a little bit of the edge. Not to count out DT, because DT has that X factor. They want to, as Articuno mentioned, they want to end this run on a bang, and they want to be able to show the best of the best that they can hang with them. So coming out of their performance yesterday, they went through a grueling run with Longdep Try's Joseph.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Hope they're ready. In which case, I feel like through the past matches that they played, they've learned a lot throughout their IVC run. And going up against NR, I feel like it would be such a great culmination. You know what I mean? Of being able to use what you learn to secure that one victory to end on a high note. I'm all about that, and I've seen so many teams accomplish that in previous tournaments where they might not have been able to catch up in points, but all of a sudden they like find all this energy all of a sudden and decide, you know what, might not be able to proceed any further, but bring it in the last match.
Yeah, they're gonna go out swinging in this matchup. I do have to point out though, like, yes, they did face 3 photographers back to back yesterday, but Aris, that's another beast they have to worry about. Because first of all, I could say right off the bat, I haven't seen Aris use photographer, and I don't think he has any plans of bringing out a photographer.
Yeah.
How would one prepare for a hunter like Aris?
Oh my gosh.
Exactly.
Do you know that? Do you know that Julia Roberts meme where there's like so many equations floating? What is it? Even Julia Roberts?
I don't think it's Julia Roberts. I think it's a drama. But then she heard something. But then it's just like so much equations are going.
Yeah,
through the air right now. And I know that look. That was like, how do you prepare for someone like Aris? If I would try to put into words, maybe control the first round, because we did see the initial round happening not in favor of Aris, but he's like a diesel engine. So let's see how they're able to do this. While Aris is the first one hunting, we're going to Arms Factory, the first Arms Factory of the day for us, Articuno.
Yes, sir. Arms Factory, finally. I was kind of hoping we'd get Arms Factory from the GK versus VX, but looks like both DT and NR got us covered for this match number 2. Everything up to standard. Definitely not going to leave any of the triumvirate, but okay, let's go. Right. Aris with the God 26.
Yep. You go sit down, Queens and Dream Witches. Like, it's time for the Bonbon to play. Like, you've had your time in the limelight. Now we're going to Arms Factory, and we're going to see this Guard 26 wreak havoc against a Perfumer, a Seer, a Gravekeeper, and a Mechanic. The Mercenary was one of the triumvirates that was banned, denying Yellow Duck of his signature Mercenary. So this is going to be a very interesting match to watch.
Oh gosh, I don't ready or not, guys. Looks like we're heading into it. Match 2, round 1, first half. Aris has been proving to be quite the contender. Can he rise above the rest heading into this match just to bring NR one step closer towards making that top 4 qualifier? Let's go ahead and see. But you know, one thing I'm not looking forward to, watch those laughs that are gonna haunt me in my nightmares. This Guard 26.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've always been seeing this skin on Guard 26.
Yes, there has it. Yeah.
They just have that laugh. It just wants to haunt us, and we're gonna hear it right now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, oh gosh, I need to focus, Articuno, focus. Try to get that laugh out of your mind. Okay, so decent start, I would say.
Yeah. Finding the puppet of the Mechanic early on just to get a jump on Jumperior for him to be able to stop that Cypher Rush. Now just being able to use those area of effect bombs just as Jumperior tries to kite over here outside of Factory. But then we've said it time and time again that these structures can work to your detriment, especially against this Bonbon.
Oh my gosh, the pressure is on. Jumperior rolling with the punches. Interesting timing on that owl in which case. Good job coming in from the sphere. I'd say that was good timing. But Jumperior, can he avoid the next hits? Because there's a lot of linear places where he can't dodge those bombs, and there you go.
Jumperior had the right idea getting out of that factory because you did see basement there, Articuno. So Jumperior doesn't want anywhere near that place. Hata, though, over here at Sandbags. Excellent pop there, just in time, because we are seeing a downed mechanic. So it was very timely for them to finish that cipher.
Good job, though, by DT. I feel like it could have gone way worse, but I'd say they've been faring fairly well against Eris thus far. That was definitely some decent time bought out, and I think it was a pretty good rotation coming in from Jumperior there, knowing that the Perfumer was about to finish that cipher anyway. So it's like, as soon as Perfumer was done, it's just like, oh man, hold that thought though, that terror shock.
Wow, we've seen this time and time again. You know, the camping of Bonbon is unquestionably good. Just suffocating the rescuer with so much bombs, a lot to think about. And now the mechanic is past the half. Hada trying to make his way, has to watch out. Oh, gets the hit in, but he's able to make the save though.
Oh my god.
So much laughs. It's haunting me, Articuno. It's haunting me.
Okay, we have a little bit of a pause though. So we'll take a bit of a breather. Take a moment of meditation, Potch. That I already got mine out, so I think I should be fine at least until the next one comes in. But yeah, talking about what's happened so far. These guard 26 players that are so efficient at using him, it's just so hard when you're a survivor trying to go for a rescue. And you have to take note of the terrain that was around the rocket chair. Wall. So it's not the easiest task to try to dodge around that. I think given the composition that they have though, Gravedigger is probably the most optimal to try to send out to go for the save, since he can kind of deal with the initial hit coming from bomb. But I say it's the most optimal, but I'm not necessarily saying it's the
in theory it is.
Yeah, in theory, exactly. There you go.
Again, this is Aris's Bonbon we're talking about, and I think he learned something from Last Human, because he was able to get that terror shot coming in, just really exploiting the bombs of Guard 26 to the full effect. Also, let's highlight DT, Jumperior, being able to dodge and weave and buy a lot of time for an excellent movement away from factory, because saving a mechanic on basement with a guard 26 that can light up the entire floor is a huge task ahead of that rescuer. So he did a great job transitioning and rotating the factory, going to Sandbag right off the bat. And now let's check out the action, because I believe that they're ready to rock and roll here. Guard 26 on the side of Aris, very scary stuff.
Yeah, oh gosh. So here we're still in a position, at least, the save did come in all fairness. But at the cost of Yellow Duck getting strapped to that rocket chair, though.
Yes.
But you know what? It's on the kick.
Yeah, Jumperior did hit that last effort, so one more chair and it's a good done deal for Aris. Now Hata, though, in the area, the one person to go for that save is that Seer. He already used his owl, and now Jumperior shifting his sights, giving up the Gravekeeper just so that he can have one survivor sent to the manor.
Oh my gosh, here we go. Luckily, that did give a window of time for the rescue, but I think...
So, ladies and gentlemen, Aris moving out here, trying to find another survivor, shifting to teleport, trying to look for more of those survivors. Again, note that the Gravekeeper did see that rocket chair. So now going for the Seer, changing his sights. Excellent call there, going for the teleport, right? So he can be able to change targets. Now Perfumer and Gravekeeper have a little utility to work with, but they are healing up. And Perfumer does have half health, but Gravekeeper does have that one shovel to use. And now, Aris still on the hunt here. Yellow Duck did see the first round of that rocket chair. And look at the placement of this chair. Excellent stuff, really near the Gravekeeper. So it's going to be hard for him to stuff this rescue. It's going to be hard for him to commit to this rescue since he's able to really just swat away all the survivors trying to approach. And Aris still playing the patience game. The Gravekeeper goes for that burrow state. And now it's just a matter of time. Can he make this redemption arc happen? Saves the Seer, but eats the bomb just in case. Yellow Duck, though, he's able to, move away, but still in the sight of this Bonbon, eats the hammer hit. One Cypher left. The Perfumer is moving around, still waiting for that pop to happen. Shifting his sights on Hada now is this guard 26. Wow, we have 2 down survivors. The last effort was propped up on both those. If Hata can get this other survivor down, it is going to be so dominant on the side of Aris. Now Aris just playing some cleanup here, chairing the Perfumer first, and now he's got to just find everyone else. The Seer did see the first round of the rocket chair as well as Gravekeeper, so can he be able to make it in time to all these survivors before they're propped up and self-healed, they're ready to self-heal?
Right, and oh gosh, it's for DT at this point. They really want to work with all their cards here. One Cypher though, that's a good thing. It's workable. 2 Cyphers where they have to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, and it was just like in synchronicity that the Seer and Gravekeeper did pop up at the same time. Now they did exhaust all their self-heals. 1 Cypher remaining. They're trying to go for this Perfumer, but it just seems like Aris is denying any chance of it as Yellow Duck eats another bomb as he drops that pallet and goes down once again. The Seer, though, will he be able to make it in time? Yes, he does save the Perfumer. And now, Yellow Duck shifting his attentions because that Gravekeeper will be going back. I don't believe that there's any Cypher that is primed and ready to pop. Hata, though, making his way towards the back of Shack so that he'll be able to be in the line of sight of that dungeon. Little Boy shifting his attention away, just trying to separate these 2 survivors for them not to get a quick down. Note that the Seer already was able to use his self-heal. Now, as the match progresses, ladies and gentlemen, Aris still has that teleport, so he is playing the patience game. Shades of how we saw him play against OSM, really exploiting all the resources and making sure he's not overextending himself for him to get this 5-person victory. And now, Aris just gets a whiff of this Perfumer in the vicinity, but you know, he is just trying to guard as much as possible this dungeon. Little Boy and Aris trying to find as much possible. Perfumer does find a rugby ball, so that's one to note, that he can use that to escape from a very precarious situation that will present itself. Now, Aris gets a whiff of those scratch marks on the floor, finds the Perfumer, and sees that there is a Cypher that is primed and ready here in No Man's Land. And now Aris trying to put as much bombs as possible, but Hata able to use that rugby ball as the Seer just tries to push that Cypher just for it to be primed and give them a second chance in terms of them being able to get 2 survivors out. Perfumer gets another hit. Will there be another one? The Perfumer is falling down, ladies and gentlemen, and Aris shifting his sights, going for the teleport, and now we're going to see the Seer try to contain this Bonbon to full effect.
Yes, sirree, and gosh, it's really coming to be intense here. All Aris needs to do is land Little Boy, and I think virtually it's a good done deal for him.
Yes, he has been very patient. I believe I'm not sure if the Perfumer was able to use her self-heals. She is at 68%, and the Seer is buying a lot of time, but not quite enough. He gets a bomb, and now eats a bomb, and now the Seer has no more self-heals, and Hata just making sure that the Perfumer stays down, but no, he's gonna eat that bomb. Another one, just one more hit will do it, and Hata will fall down. Seer does not have any more self-heals. A 5-point victory on the side of NR.
Yes, and oh gosh, that was a crazy game that we had right there. Trust Eris to just bring on the pressure and bring on these wipes. Sorry, I missed out on a portion of the game there because I had to fix my audio. But Poch, why don't you go ahead and let's go ahead and talk about what went right for Eris. Like what led to this sudden wipeout of which leads to 5 points, by the way, for NR.
I would say it's a chain of events, and we witnessed both the first part, which was him getting that Terror Shock on that Gravekeeper, and him exploiting the first share of that Gravekeeper, and the Terror Shock did lead to the mechanic going past the halfway mark, meaning she had one more chair left in her, and it's that, you know, he really played to his strengths. He drew everyone in like a moth to a flame to go for that rescue, and he was able to play the camping game of Bon to just perfection. So Arius Bon Arms Factory was a recipe for disaster in terms of how the survivors had to deal with it because it was so dominant. But not to discount DT, though. They were playing really well. The Seer was able to buy a lot of time. The Perfumer was able to kite as long as possible. And again, we've been mentioning this. It's just that the first survivor that these hunters really aim after is that mechanic. And it's just that Aris was really able to implement his game plan and employ his strategy and really force DT to play under his rules.
Yeah, and I think that constant pressure was definitely key. Getting a survivor that early and forcing the... it's a tough call, like, because we saw a workaround last time where if you know that you have a fellow survivor that's stuck in a position where this Bon can go solid defense, you just kind of maximize the time you have to go for ciphers. But of course, if you're DT, it's totally understandable. You want to take that risk of going for that rescue. I mean, it is round one. You have all that leeway to do so. And in all fairness, it did kind of work out. It's not like it ended up in a situation where like everybody started toppling one by one in that instant. They actually did get the rescue. There was a moment where Jumperior, he did fall for the last time, but was able to establish some distance, which allowed them to get the rescue on Yellow Duck, who was strapped to the rocket chair at that same moment. So I'd say DT ruled with the punches in the best way that they can. But at the end of the day, like Eris on discard 26, 2 words, holy cow.
Mm-hmm. That's true, because look at the numbers here. Very respectable containment times as well as the decoding progress. They were able to push those ciphers, and it was down to the wire. It's just Arius again was able to play the camping game to perfection, and was really able to get an early target early on, play the camping game, and also be able to switch targets when he needed to, because there was that moment where the Gravekeeper was down and the Perfumer had to go for that save, and she did go for that save, but he got the last effort on the mechanic just so he knows that it'll go down, and shifted his attention right away to the Gravekeeper just so that he'll burn that rocket chair time from him. So excellent juggling of just priorities by Aris.
Hashtag priorities right there by Eris. And yeah, it's Eris. Gosh, it's only the first round. I'm kind of having flashbacks of round one where I kind of want to wait for what happens in the second half as well, just so that we see how many points NR is going to have to work with as far as leeway, assuming they come off with better points as well going into the second half, because DT as well can flip the switch if they want to, if they can, if they endure to.
Yes, the first round, and especially the first half, is never definitive. And case in point was GK versus VX. Yes, they did have a great first half of that round number one, but you know what? DT can easily flip the switch there, especially with Kiloi Home on the Hunter side and no bans. We could actually potentially see an Axe Boy in Arms Factory from him. That's his preferred pick, but he can rock the Bloody Queen, and I think he has a pocket of other hunters as well. So really interested to see how Destiny will be able to adjust to the rapid pace that Aris was able to present to them.
I mean, you know what? I wanted to make a pun, but it was horrible. So I'll put it on Twitter later with the hashtag, guys.
Let the audience be the judge of that.
I'll let them judge me on Twitter. I don't want them to judge me on the live podcast. I'm scared. Seriously though, Kiloi Home gonna be taking the stage this time. Had a decent run yesterday. I'd like to see that step up finally come into fruition for him as we head into the second half. A lot on his plate though, if he wants to at least because let's straight up, the last thing DT wants is to go into round 2 with NR at what, like a 10-point, 7-point deficiency. I think the acceptable thing here at minimum, just so that it's not too much to deal with, is half C's at most. Anything above half C's is just asking for trouble. Anything below half C's is asking for trouble. Anything above half C's is good job, because at least less points to worry about.
Yeah, if they do go halvesies, they do have that 5-point deficit to try to rectify. But then again, you could do what GK did and just turn things up in the 3rd round. But now Kiloi Home again has the big task ahead of him, just trying to negate the momentum that Aris set in favor of NR. Now, looking at the survivors of NR, we have seen a lot of them, be very proficient with their coordination, and as well as how they're able to kite the hunter for a while. I'm talking about, Dylan with the Seer and Perfumer, and Daddy's Merc. So let's head on over to the picks and bans and just exit the land of speculation, because here we have it. Kiloi Home going for the ban, the Seer. Aurora going for the Mechanic. So rest assured that this will be the first target on Kiloi Home's mind.
Oh gosh, this is gonna be it. That last pick though, forward, maybe a Gravekeeper.
So a 2 rescue composition with 1 kiter and 1 decoder here. Aurora with the mech, Dylan with the Perfumer, Daddy with that signature Merc, Raindrop. Not going for the Priestess for now, because it is a compact stage. We are seeing a more rescue and kiting heavy character, which is Raindrop's Gravekeeper. But we are going to see Kiloi Home's Axe Boy, Articuno.
Okay. Kiloi Home not gonna pull any punches anymore. He's like, you know what? Forget Dream Witch, forget Bloody Queen, forget Violinist Guard 26. This is gonna be my team's last game in the group stage. I want to bring my ace card, my trump card forward. Axe Boy it is.
So now Axe Boy playing to full effect, and not to mention he also has a bonbon. But I love the Axe Boy pick, and I love the variety coming out of the gate with these 2 teams. We are seeing a bench Dream Witch and Bloody Queen, so this is a breath of fresh air for people watching at home. DT versus NR, and Kiloi Home shifting his attention over here to Water Tank, trying to find that Mechanic.
Oh my gosh, Kiloi Home already starting to establish his territory here. Well, the rest of NR, check it out, making the rotations necessary.
Just to note that he is running peepers, so this would be this is a very interesting composition that he's bringing to the table, especially when he camps and he puts a peeper down. His camping game just gets a whole lot better.
Oh man, look at this though. He's slowly inching his way towards Aurora, who is trying to go the sneaky route. But you know what? Prime target found. Mechanic is on the run, and looks like Kiloi Home gonna be very happy about it.
Plants a Peaceful Pine just to, just to kind of corner and try to hamper the chase that Aurora is putting on the table, and plants a peeper, so he will have field of vision where Aurora is moving. He vaults over that window to try to close out the distance to down this mechanic, as he did get that first swipe in. He's working with the real estate, but the mechanic will be falling down. Down goes the mechanic by Kilauea Home.
Yeah. Nonetheless, NR off to a decent start, even when mechanics dropped to a rocket chair. The first initial seconds for Kilauea Home was rotating across the map, trying to sniff out Aurora. So I would say that still puts NR in a decent position with Cypher progress. But yeah, look at him now playing defense, in which case trying to keep Aurora in check here, trying to sniff out any survivors that might be slowly creeping their way through. But so far, it doesn't seem like we're seeing anybody.
Yeah, the area of patrol that Kilauea Home is establishing is one to just highlight here. He has it's all over the map. He's shifting now over to the box area, the 3 pallets. But look at that, the mechanic is way past the halfway mark. I don't think they're prioritizing saving the mechanic, because she's past the halfway mark, and you know what? It's just the area that Kilauea Home established around the mechanic that made it so hard for them to make this approach. We do see a raindrop on the right side of the screen, just trying to inch his way towards the mechanic. Will he be able to make it in time, though?
Oh man, I think that's very tough to call, as he was still very far off, and Aurora will be ejected to the manhole. But still, that goes to say, I think what NR was going for here was, you know what, we still have to pop it up towards working on that cipher. We've made some decent progress. We can just use the time that Kilauea Home was going to camp Aurora the whole time and just make sure that we focus on these objectives.
Yeah, and that's what they did. 3 ciphers is done already on that side. Still running with the peepers, and this Axe Boy is really trying to sniff out any of these ciphers from popping. Uses the restful road to just try to close out the distance between him and that cipher that is moving. We are going to see Raindrop go for that burrow state for him to just get out of sight, out of mind of this Axe Boy.
Right, and oh gosh. This will force NR to rotate once again, but still they're handling the situation fairly well, making sure to instantly eject from whatever cipher they're working on. But this time, Kilauea Home will find a solid chase in the form of Daddy.
Now Kilauea Home realizing that Daddy does have some utility to work with. Still zoning in. Excellent placement there on that fireball, so that the mercenary will eat that first hit. Less resources to work with, because that mercenary has one more hit to eat before he falls down. So excellent stuff, and excellent movement back and forth, patrolling this cipher and the center of the map as well.
Oh my gosh, there you go. Instantly ejecting Raindrop from underground brings him back to the surface in that instant. And all Kilauea Home needs to do is hopefully land that second hit, just so that he can already get that 50% on that Gravekeeper. But still a bit of a way to go here. And a lot of time that Raindrop's buying here on the flip side. Not until this terror shock, though.
Unfortunate on Raindrop's side, but great timing on Kilauea Home, able to force him to jump that window, and he was ready with that hit. But I believe that Gravekeeper traded his utility for a bot. If I'm not mistaken, that's a controller he has. But was he able to plan it? No, he was not. So unfortunately, on the Gravekeeper side, 2 ciphers remain. We are seeing the factory cipher in the lower left side of the screen about to be popped by the Perfumer, and yes, not to mention also that no Tide Turner has been spent yet, Articuno.
Ooh, that's a good mad dash coming in from Daddy, though, but not before he takes the first hit. Drops the pallet, just so that there's a guaranteed safety when he manages to rescue onto Gravekeeper. But still, this could be very scary. Last effort will come in right now, though. Raindrop is going to try to establish as much distance as he can.
Yeah, just able to really move, because the Perfumer is almost halfway through that cipher that I believe that's in the box part of that map, and the mercenary is ready, and now Perfumer has to be the one on rescuing duty as the mercenary is pushing for those ciphers. 3 perfumes for the Perfumer to use, so let's see how Dylan will be able to rescue this Gravekeeper.
Oh my gosh. There you have it. Gravekeeper back on that rocket chair, but luckily enough, was salvaged just in time, just so that he isn't ejected, at least earlier, just so that he isn't ejected straight to the manor. He still has halfway to work with. That's still a bit of breathing room that NR can work with, as Dylan already inches his way towards the save once again. This is really good work coming in from NR, making sure to try to preserve their numbers as much as possible.
And look at the back and forth of Kilauea Home. His attention is separated, trying to down that Gravekeeper while still monitoring the Cypher. Because the Gravekeeper Daddy is making a mad dash. Does he have anything to use? No, he eats that hit, and he will be falling soon. While Dylan and Raindrop try to just clean up their health here. And now shifting his sights back to down that Gravekeeper, because I believe that is his last chance, last time on this chair.
Yes, sir. Now, question is, can Kilauea Home sniff this out? Looks like he is kind of on the tail of Raindrop here, so it looks like Kilauea Home is going the right direction. But question is, will he commit? No, he won't. It's just way too much terrain that it might be better if he tries to find much more convenient use of his time, and in which case it's a good turnaround because he does manage to spot out Dylan.
And Dylan uses that perfume just to make sure that he second guesses himself before he goes for that swipe. Note that the Gravekeeper is using the Mechanic's doll now to go for those ciphers. Oh wow, excellent pallet drop on the side of Dylan to buy some time. We're going to see a speed boost come out of the Axe Boy, and another perfume is going to be used, shifting his sights towards the Mechanic's doll. And now Kilauea Home finds out that it's the Mechanic's doll. No, we're seeing a popped cipher, and now detention is a factor, but I believe that the survivors are pretty spread out. Who will Kilauea Home go after first?
Yeah, it's a bit of a long way to go here, but it does look like Raindrop might be within his priority as he speeds his way through. Go, Axe Boy, go, as he manages to really close out the distance between himself as well as Raindrop. He just needs that one hit. Can he get it though? Raindrop just trying to buy enough time for the rest of the team to open that rocket, rather that exit gate on the opposite side of the map. Dungeon is a little bit too far off, but there you have it, folks. That is going to be the good done deal for NR. They will content themselves. They have all the points to work with as they end it with half cease in the second half of round 1.
2-2 against Kilauea Home's very feared Axe Boy was, an amazing feat on both on the side of NR. They knew that they didn't have to risk too much. They can't afford to see the next round since Aris bought them a lot of leeway getting the 5 points, but excellent utilization of the Axe Boy and that restful road where it gets those speed boosts as well as the speed boost of those fireballs. It was just no wonder Kilauea Home loves this character, because we're able to see it be displayed in such a high level.
Yeah, in full swing, in fact, just well played. At the end of the day, 2-2. So before we talk about how the points add up towards win conditions heading into the next round, let's talk a little bit more about that game. Again, great job coming in from Kilauea Home by making sure to try to focus his attention towards sniffing out the mechanic. Interesting call coming in from NR to just let Aurora be and focus on and I think because that can go both ways, of course. You're already surrendering the possibility of working with another survivor to bolster your numbers, but on the flip side as well, there's a level of trust in the team that they'll be able to maximize the time that Axe Boy is hell-bent and intent on defending Aurora to just continually work on ciphers. And once Mechanic was ejected back to that manor, we saw that 3 ciphers were indeed zip and done. I'm not sure if it was 3 ciphers or 2 plus 1 cipher that was already for finishing anyway. So, and Aurora made the most of her time as well on that rocket chair, just really maximized the puppet to that last job. And I think it's also so convenient that they managed to get another
doll.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, another body in the mix, and the Gravekeeper was rocking that. You mentioned that it was a risk not going for that save and trusting that Aurora was still going to go for those objectives. And we saw that risk pay off and that gamble pay off on the side of NR. For them to, 2-2, you said halvesies were a good we're okay for DT as we head into the second one. And I believe NR wants to go for the long game, and they don't want to overextend themselves as
Definitely.
And give too much leeway for DT. So they'd settle for that 2-person out, and also not risk too much because they know that the preferred pick of Kailua Home is the Axe Boy. So, and he was running peepers as well. So I don't think they wanted to risk going for that rescue, especially how mobile the Axe Boy was. Do you see how much ground he covered while still monitoring that mechanic? It was
exactly.
a lot.
Oof. Trust Kailua Home to keep himself preoccupied, knowing very well he could easily traverse that terrain to, just again, the micromanagement. So, you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the match data to tell the story for us as how things went down. Oh, gosh.
We see Aurora able to push some objectives here with 71% progress. Dylan, though, playing the main decoder, 235%. Daddy and Raindrop Daddy in the 3-digit mark, while Raindrop just 4% away from being able to pop that 100% mark. Kailua Home, though, the destruction on this Axe Boy. We have 11 attack hits, 1 pallet destroyed, 5 knockdowns. So that's a pretty impressive. Those are pretty impressive stats coming from Kailua Holmes, especially that being his preferred hunter.
Yes, sirree. And question is, will NR think that Kailua Holmes' Axe Boy is up to merit for a ban heading into round number 2? You only have that 1 hunter ban, so
yes. True. I think it would heavily depend on Kailua Home also did bring it out in bigger maps, so it might merit that ban. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the match results. It is 2-7, 5-point lead by NR, but anything could change coming into round number 2 and round number 3. So I hope you guys are all revved up for that. And no surprise here, Aris being the MVP with his Bonbon, 30 survivor hits, 1 terror shock, 11 knockdowns, 3.4 average eliminations. I want to actually compile how much Aris Hunters how much Hunters Aris actually uses.
Yeah. Oh, man, is anybody surprised at this point? Without a doubt, Aris came up the best out of everyone during that round 1. But you know what? Might be a different telltale story heading into round 2. Destiny is not going to give up whatsoever. If anything, it's going to be another challenge that they're going to come to rise to. Yeah.
And mind you, I was able to message Aris and, ask him his thoughts coming into it. He said he's feeling okay. But the thing is, Articuno, he was feeling a little under the weather. So for him to perform like this on such a high level and he's not feeling 100%, I'm kind of scared to see like how he performs when he's feeling like really good. So for him to perform at this proficiency is one of the reasons why I love IVC, that we're highlighting players like him and really telling their stories. So let's see how they'll be able to fare as we head into round number 2.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be really interesting. So, let's go ahead and try to speculate even further. Kailua Home, meriting in Axe Boy ban. Eros is a little bit more tricky as far as who you can take away from him. I think at the end of the day, it will become more map dependent because Eros can bring a lot to the table, to be honest. Has a hunter fit for almost any occasion. So I think the best you can do at this point is probably eliminate the survivor that you feel would be the most problematic heading into a particular terrain.
That's true. If we've seen him hunt both in big and small maps, and it seems like he has like a utility belt of different hunters. He's very resourceful and he plays it to the maximum proficiency. When it comes to bans of survivors, though, I do feel like we aren't going to stray away too much from the Trinity, because looking at the lineup of the survivors, there are priestesses. There are survivors that do prefer the priestess. Not so much forwards, not like V8 and Ling Tian though. So maybe if third round would probably see. And again, it also depends on the map, because with something like Arms Factory, it's kind of rare to see a priestess since everyone can traverse the map just by walking and running.
Right. And I guess we'll find out in a bit once we hit that round. But okay, let's talk about the win conditions now, Punch. As far as how the points are panning out, 5-point lead for NR. Let's talk about what Destiny needs to avoid in order to make sure that they are able to transition it into a round 3.
Destiny needs to avoid having a complete dominant sweep. They need to win this round. Maybe not look at the points too much just yet, because I believe that's what GK did. Like, all right, let's not look at the 7-point deficiency. Let's try to focus and bag this round, and I'll see you in the 3rd round, because that's where we're going to give out all our cards. So if DT can do that, and their survivors can be able to give Aris a hard time in this next map, and for Kilowai Home to be able to shift the 2-2 tied into maybe a 3-1 or maybe even a 4-person down, I think that's the best way they can be able to turn the tides here, because Kilowai Home does have that Bloody Queen. I think they may opt for a ban of the Axe Boy, because it did prove to them that they were respecting the Axe Boy's camping and not going for that mechanic save.
Yeah, and just looking for the results from IVS versus NR here, because I'm trying to recall if there was ever a single instance where Eris was on the losing end as Hunter, which I feel has
Eris on the losing. Yes, in the first match, I believe they were up against. It was at the first round against IVS. But
IVS, right?
But he went plus ultra with 5 points. 5 points. It was Hospital, and he was using a bonbon. And then we had Aris have so much terror shock proficiency in Moonlit with that violinist. So this is actually a first that he's able to really rev it up in the first round.
Right. Okay then. So Kilowai Home on the flip side, he's managed to hold his own as far as contributing to the point pool that Destiny has been racking up. It's just unfortunate that for the past 2 rounds, it hasn't quite added up towards
overtaking the points.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, because of the monster start that Aris gave his teammates. And I think, as we mentioned in the previous showings of Aris, he's really that morale boost that his team needs. And having that right off the bat now is such a big plus on NR's book. And I'm really excited to see where this match will take us. Let's head over to the picks and bans. Aris will be hunting once again. We're going to the Red Church, Articuno.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no surprises right there. I could definitely get behind this ban for DT Guard 26. I feel like wonder if a violinist might come into play, in which case, but you know what, let's go ahead and wait until that pick does come out, because what we're seeing from the survivors with both Mercenary as well as the Seer Band is Mechanic, Gravekeeper as well as Forward. Now that last pick is going to be interesting, because that's where the shakeup can come in, but they will stick to something that is on the safer side, which I would agree with to round up this composition. Perfumer, definitely good choice there by Little Boy.
Aris, though, does have a Bloody Queen that was played to perfection in the Red Church, but we are going to see the violinist come out. And if we recall, he was able to get a 4-person takedown with this violinist in a huge map like Moonlit. So now seeing it in a more compact map like Red Church, and you can bet that he will go for that mechanic at the early seconds of this match. Let's see how DT survivors will fare against the man, the myth, the legend that is known as Aris.
Yes, sir. Oh, gosh. So, all said and done, ladies and gents, we are heading into it. It is round 2 of the second half. All eyes are on DT right now. They're survivors to try to hold the fort as far as keeping their run in this best of 3 alive. Aris on this violinist has proved to be pretty scary. Let's go ahead and pull it off again.
Ooh, snipes out Yellow Duck right away. Not the survivor he was looking for, but he will try to commit here at top broken. Now Yellow Duck rotating to move to a better kiting spot, moving to middle broken. going to use that dig just so that he'll be able to utilize the pallet, wanting Aris to just break that pallet so that he'll be able to transition, but he's still using that dig state. And now this is buying a lot of time for the mechanic to work. You see the mechanic there at the lower left side of the screen, at the graveyard. And as speaking of grave, the gravekeeper gets out of that burrow state.
Yeah, and speaking of which, though, good job by Yellow Duck, able to just dodge around the Sonata setups coming in from Aris. Let's go ahead and see if we can dodge this one, though. But unfortunately, third time will be the charm for Aris, in which case, as Yellow Duck finally takes his first hit, but looks like he will expend utility to try to buy a little bit more time, which is great for DT, because the more time that he buys, the more that mechanic can just work her magic inside.
True. Wow, tried to go for that snipe, but excellent sidesteps by Yellow Duck. He does have some notes in him to slow him down, but excellent placed blink on Aris. That is a down Gravekeeper, but we see some ciphers being progressed here, Articuno.
Yeah, that's a lot of progress coming in, but you know what? Aris is going to make up for it by bringing Yellow Duck to the dungeon, so even with the cipher progress, it's not going to make the rescue any easy for DT.
Yeah, a basement rescue on the side of DT is a big task ahead. They do have a forward to utilize that rugby ball. We do see the Perfumer just sneak her way to the real estate of the church to see if she'll be the one to make this rescue. And he does see that we do see one of his teammates. We see Little Boy going for that rescue. And now Aris chasing him down the basement, placing those Sonata notes just to make sure. Will he go for the save? Has to play his cards right. Oh my gosh, Aris, you beast. He was able to get a terror shock. How unfortunate on the Perfumer side.
Oh my gosh, and take note. This is interesting. Hata is actually there as backup in case, but the question is, will Hata make it in time to at least try to salvage Gravekeeper here? Time is ticking, and looks like he realizes that he's going to try to go in, trying to potentially bait out a hit here from Aris, but Aris is not buying. He's going to wait until that rescue tries to come in. Looks like Aris has had enough. He just decides to go for the hit after all and will give chase. Really wants in on this Gravekeeper.
Excellent rush there, but still focusing on the Gravekeeper. The Perfumer is still down. Wow, look at Hata there, making him pay attention to him, and the last effort will be popped on that forward, while the mechanic is still pushing those ciphers. We're going to check out how Little Boy is doing here, and he's going to be chaired. Excellent priority here, just wanting to chair the Perfumer just so that they'll not worry about cipher rush and not to have anyone worry about, not for him to worry about any of these ciphers popping.
One thing we have to account for, though, Poch, is this mechanic has been doing God's work for DT. The ciphers are going down super fast, and Aris really needs to act. Ideal scenario, at least, just to solidify where he is in this game right now. Probably want to try to look for that Gravekeeper, but unfortunately, based on what cards are dealt with him, he finds both Jumpiri and Hata instead.
Yeah, the mechanic did look at the utility left on that doll. It's just a speck away. The Gravekeeper is close to actually get sent back to the manor. And you know what? These survivors are just trying to make their approach to head to the Perfumer, but the Perfumer is already halfway done through that rocket chair. Now Hata still having some utility to work with that football. Will he go for the tackle? Jumpiri is making his way, and look at that Hata with the distraction, and we are seeing a rescued Perfumer. Aris shifting his attention to Yellow Duck, trying to pop that cipher. One is left, Articuno.
Yes, sirree. Good shift coming in from Aris in which case, but still, DT has a lot to work with, even with Yellow Duck being found here. But Aris really working hard to try to land that last hit. He knows that if he lands Gravekeeper, at least that's one survivor guaranteed at this point.
And looking at the cipher, it is halfway done. So Yellow Duck was really trying to push that priority to fruition. And now they're playing a lot of cleanup. The mechanic is being healed up. The Perfumer is the only one that is half health. And now Yellow Duck, I believe, is heading back to the manor because Hata is in nowhere near to be able to go for that tackle. One cipher left. And, you know, we have ourselves a game, Articuno.
Yes, sirree. Still quite a bit to work with here if you're Aris. I mean, one survivor, but one cipher remaining. That's a lot of leeway for a DT. yeah, has his work cut out for him. It's not going to be a picture perfect finish for our Hunter this game, but DT, all the more good for him.
What we can say about Aris is that he is very disciplined and not overextending himself. So let's see how we'll be able to pick up the pieces here. One Cypher remains. He still has teleport on deck, putting that Sonata note out there just so that the forward will not be jumping into that church, but he will be rotating to Graveyard. And we do note that the dungeon is over here between Reception and Graveyard. Hata now playing to the advantages of the Graveyard, dropping those pallets.
Yeah, that Rhapsody isn't going to be enough, but beautiful placement of Sonata could be the undoing of Hata here. Hata handling the situation quite well, actually able to dodge through, but unfortunately that last hit is going to do the trick for Eris. Take note towards the lower left portion of the screen, ladies and gents. That Cypher has still a bit of a way to go, so Hata will be going to the rocket chair, and if they want to try to escape with 3, they will have to try to attempt to escape through on top.
Watch out, teleport being used. As you were talking about that, Jampirier was trying to push that Cypher with this mechanic. Aris getting a clean hit out of that mechanic, and now we have Aris changing his priorities, going for this mechanic, and seeing that he wants to threaten the progress of all the Cyphers that are around him. Beautiful utilization of that teleport.
Ooh. Chase is really on. Can he land that hit? Yes, he can, but that still goes to say they were able to get the rescue onto Hata, though. They might have to consider maybe working on a different Cypher here. Probably... but we'll just have to see what the call is, because from what we're seeing, looks like the move is being made by Hata nonetheless.
Wow, okay, brave of Hata to go here on top, broken. And yeah, not much utility left. Actually, no utility left on him. And I believe that the Perfumer was able to get healed by the doll of the mechanic. And now reception area will be where this forward will be falling. And now you see that Jampirier over there is still chaired, and Perfumer making her way to go get that save.
Oh my gosh, this is excellent coming in from Eris. I mean, you'd think that 3 survivors and 1 Cypher would be better footing for DT, but the constant pressure and awareness that Eris is putting towards knowing where he should position himself and what Cyphers he should be keeping in check is really giving DT a hard time to try to go for a finish here.
Jampirier trying to make his way towards that Cypher. Little Boy, though, wanting to go for that rescue. Will he be able to make it in time? Hitting those notes. Oh my gosh. Wow. Excellent timing there on Aris for that Terror Shock. And he will teleport to the Cypher that is being primed by Jampirier to just deny him of that objective.
Oh my gosh. It's crazy. And there you go. Another hit. It looks like the surrender will come in. Aris? Aris?
Are you for real, Aris?
Oh,
wow.
TS, ladies and gents. Holy.
Two TS. That was brilliant. I could just break down what happened. He was using the Sonata note just to bait a hit. And then he used the Sonata note. I don't know. I would have went for that rescue because I thought he went for the swing, but that was just a bait for the Perfumer to try to go for the rescue. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very healthy Perfumer and 2 Terror Shocks. Aris, you madman, sir.
I have to bring up my Twitter real quick. I could have sworn I saw somebody saying, like, I could have sworn I saw a tweet about Eris and Terror Shock being in one tweet. But
as you look for that, I'll just try to break down what just transpired. 1 Cypher remaining. Aris being cool, calm, and collected, not letting that phase him. The first TS coming out of the basement rescue was just perfect timing on Aris's part. He really knows how to just bait out the rescues for them to be put in that precarious situation. And still, you know what, really didn't prioritize the mechanic, but it just shows that Aris knew what he was doing. He knew he could give up the Cypher Rush just to down the Gravekeeper so that the Gravekeeper would utilize his shovels and not be able to make those rescues. Same goes for the forward, not to mention DT. They played it pretty well. Hata specifically, I think he's candidate for MVP with how he was able to harass how he was able to harass Aris. And Articuno, you were saying?
Yeah, I found the tweet. Eris Terror Shock King, last effort King, 4-man down King. This was a tweet referring to the last round. So, like, I just straight up retweeted it because now it applies to the second round as well.
I will be active on Twitter now. It seems like it's a super fun conversation to have. But Aris, I just have to say that, you know what? He is a beast.
I bow to thee. Oh my gosh. But yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and break down that game though. Because I really thought DT had it this time. Let's see, memory. Come on, work with me here. Gravekeeper. They bought so much time during the start of that game.
They did. They did.
Like Cypher Progress was so good for DT. But yeah, and that's why I was saying like I was kind of building it up for DT to at least get 2 survivors minimum out of the gate once we reached that point where there was only 1 Cypher and 3 survivors. But this is so reminiscent of what we saw from last weekend. You know what? Let's check out the match data first. Gosh.
Yeah, not to mention, aside from the Gravekeeper buying 103 seconds, you had 103 seconds bought while the mechanic was still in play. Aris playing a very risky game there. Once he was able to get his plan going, he was very comfy, even though that the objectives were being pushed. 16 attack hits and 9 knockdowns, 1 Cypher remaining, so we didn't see the end game. But looking at DT survivors, Jumperior playing the mechanic to full fruition here. 41% decoding progress. Hata with 109. Little Boy with 100. And just look at the containment times here. They're just really, chef kisses goes out to DT and how they're able to, you know, play these roles and really switch it up. But it was just Aris's game plan that really shined through in this matchup.
Oh gosh. Just talk. Oh, what do I even highlight at this point?
Let me highlight this for you, Articuno. Win condition now for DT, they need to get a perfect for them to keep this train going. Because if not, if they get a 3-1, we're still going to see NR win that second round, and that's GG.
That's, gosh, tough. And
that's a tough pill to swallow. That's a lot of pressure on DT's side.
Yeah, Kilo home, man. That's a huge challenge. But you know what? For now, I'm gonna keep my reservations. Mm-hmm. You never know. DT might pull ahead strong. Reservations table for 2. It's gonna be tough though. I'm not gonna lie. Like the reality is, it's gonna be tough. These 5 points coming left and right from NR. Jeez.
I know. And let's talk about Kilo Home in his condition here. We have Red Church. We have a banned Hunter, and I believe that NR is gonna go for that respect ban of getting out the preferred pick because Axeboy again. I mean, Red Church is a pretty compact map compared to the Moonlits and the Ever Sleeping Towns. So they may go for that respect ban. They may keep it and just go for a tie and go for the same win conditions of round number 1. So all cards are technically on NR's side now.
Oh man.
Right?
Yeah, it really is. It's I would still say it's possible though.
Yes,
Take note, KLY Home was able to pull off a 2-2 during the first round. With 2 bans, I feel like that could come to his advantage. Now the big question, of course, on the flip side is whether or not NR will be banning his Axeboy, so that will force KLY Home off of his signature pick and onto something probably that's going to lean towards the more meta picks that we saw that he could also bring to the table.
Yes, and let's talk about survivor bans because they went with the signature Seer Merc ban. You know, if you're able to take out the Merc from NR's daddy and just take out the Seer completely so that it'll just negate kiting times, maybe this would actually give Kilo Homes a good chance for him to down some survivors. But not to mention Judas with that very pesky forward. We saw how the forward was able to play into perfection in the previous match. So it's a tough call because you only have 2 banned survivors and you have one of the triumvirates running loose. Yeah, it's either long kiting time, one of the best rescuers, or you're just gonna get cipher rushed. So pick your poison, right?
Exactly. So yeah, it's really just gonna come down to Kilo Home mustering all he can. They could definitely do a lot as early as pick and ban. Negate some of the power picks coming in from NR, and then like even let's say if Axeboy is banned, there's still a lot that Kilo Home is capable of working with. So I'm not really worried about what other Hunter picks he can bring to the table. But it just really goes back to needing to go above and beyond and get those 5 points to go for half season second round.
Yeah.
It really is hard.
Can I just say, Eris just shocked me with my expectations of today. I thought that it was going to be shades of VX or GK where we're going to see this go to the limit. But you know what? Aris, though, like really just flooring it from the start, just denying any momentum to be given to DT. So now really giving his teammates a boost of confidence coming into this next match against Kilauea Home. And over here at Red Church, it really could swing in anyone's favor. We did see some survivors really shine in this map, and we did see some hunters shine in this map. So still up in the air for both these teams.
Right. Oh, man. Never say never. That's what I will say. Never say never in this moment. I'm going to head on here to Twitter once again to see if... yeah, like the more recent 3 tweets are like, Eris. Is Eris single? Asking for you have to ask them, guys.
We're just here to call the action.
Yeah, we're just here for the action. But I mean, yeah, if any matchmaking, maybe other content creators want to venture in that. I mean, I'm trying to manage my own. Let's not get into that.
Let's talk about this matchup that we have, because the picks and bans are ready. Let's exit the line of speculation and jump right into it. I want to see who Kilauea Homes will be banning and who will the team NR be banning in terms of the hunter side.
Oh gosh, make it or break it.
A feaster ban.
Oh,
okay. They probably know something, probably a specialty pick of Kilauea Homes in this match, but we are going to see the 2 of the triumvirate here, the Mercenary and the Seer. So excellent call on Kilauea Homes, not wanting them to have that, but we are going to see Aurora with the Mechanic, Dylan with that pesky Perfumer, Daddy with the Gravekeeper, Raindrop. Wow! Oh my gosh, Raindrop with the Priestess, and we're gonna see another Wu Chang. Articuno, are you gonna say something about your giveaway?
Yes, as promised, if we see a 4 survivor back to the manor, I will do a Frost Wu Chang giveaway. That's a promise for today. So let's see if Kilauea Home can open that. But even more so, not just the giveaway, but also the chance of DT to get a round 3 off of this best of 3. Let's head on to it.
So Kilauea Home, not wasting any time, throws the umbrella over here at the back gate of the map just to see and sniff out any of the survivors if they're in the vicinity. Now he's really rotating to patrol around the area, sees no one at the back gate area. Now over at the Blackguard, just note, ladies and gentlemen, that Wu Chang needs to be fed early on for him to have his bell and his soul siphon. The Blackguard having the faster recovering but short distance of that umbrella hit. So now Kilauea Home shifting targets here. Mechanic is doing his job in pushing all those ciphers and pushing those objectives. He does see a Priestess being able to use that Holy Key, but the distance is going to stun that Hunter. Now shifting attention again to that cipher. I believe he's able to snuff someone out. He sees the Mechanic's doll. If he's able to hit this doll, he's able to get a whiff of where the Mechanic is at.
Right, and oh gosh, some early work coming in here, in which case that is a breather, though. In all fairness, that is a huge breather for a Kilauea Home here. No worries whatsoever about rushes that are coming in. I kept on talking about how Mechanic would be the ideal survivor you can go for. On the side, if you can't find Mechanic, nail the puppets, and Kilauea Home managed to do that.
Yeah, it finds that right away, and Aurora is in the vicinity. We are seeing the Blackguard going for this chase, while Aurora just playing the mind games here, really going around this structure here. He's going to drop it? No, he doesn't. Keeps going around and is buying a ton of time for his teammates.
Yeah, just go and ring around the Rosie here. Wow. And nice timing on that pallet to just buy a bit more time. But Dylan in the vicinity as well. Workforce Dylan too. Beautiful perfume block. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Worthy of a highlight. Excellent block there to eat the hit and extend the kiting time. He's not going to waste any time anymore. Wanting to stop the Cypher Rush, goes for the teleport and finds Raindrop again. This pesky Priestess just playing with the structures of the church. But now shifting his attention once again, just throwing his umbrella to just keep his presence felt by everyone. But still, 5 ciphers remain. Kilauea Home still has to set his sights on a target.
I'm still trying to get over that perfume, but you know what? We have to keep the show going. Yeah, Shift coming in from Kilowai Home once again, managing to spot out Aurora round number 2, but this time successfully lands a hit. I don't think Aurora was expecting that, but luckily Aurora is playing around the graveyard. But question is, can she buy enough time here?
Oh, wow. The Soul Siphon just playing around that pallet area for Aurora to see if she's going to drop it. But man, Kilowai Home was ready, and that is a down mechanic. 3 ciphers remaining, but excellent job on Kilowai Home.
Oh, gosh. Kilowai Home. Oh, Daddy just crawling his way through. Kilowai Home, just right on the sail. That's super scary.
Whoa, and Daddy trying to go for that pallet hit. Just going for the pallet drops. He's gonna be able to make it, but they're gonna get tripped up by this Wu Chang, and now the Gravekeeper eats that hit. Mechanic has a second life in her.
Oh, this is huge, though. Look at the cipher progress. Only 2 ciphers remaining. Wow. Aurora just needs to continue to buy some time, and that she is. Nice timing on that pallet drop. Kilowai Home, he is not deterred. He wants blood. He wants in on that mechanic just so that he can reduce the numbers of NR in this game.
Yeah, Aurora just playing to the strengths of the graveyard, but excellent use of that trip up, and he's able to down Aurora because the Dizzy is coming in. And this is the second time we're seeing the mechanic in the chair. An excellent excellent chair placement here, just so at least he'll be able to stay away from graveyard and just try to hamper the cipher progress. Oh, he uses teleport just for that 1 cipher remaining. Kilowai Home is determined to try to down more survivors.
Yeah, speaking of hampering, Potch, you called it right. The teleport just comes straight in. We really want... I love the sense right now. Aurora has been salvaged once again, but one more time will merit a back to the rocket chair. But luckily, Aurora is within a far distance. Kilowai Home really preoccupied with Raindrop, though.
Raindrop using the Holy Key. No, not quite. Goes for the hop over here at Red Church. And now looking for another target to go after, because we do have 4 survivors that are up and running. They're actually healing up here. Ooh. And now Kilowai Home, using the Soul Siphon for them to be able to not use any of their skills or any pallet drops to be utilized or vaulting. Now, still patrolling around, there is a cipher that is wiggling over there at the broken wall part of the map.
Yeah, but looks like it's almost trapped right there. Dylan can afford a hit if it does come down to it. Just all a matter of timing here, ladies and gents. All a matter of timing for NR.
It's just the elusive Dylan. Oh, wow, goes for the popped cipher. And now we are at the endgame Articuno, and we see that he's shifting his attention at the reception area. Kilowai Home trying to find a survivor to just down while detention is still a factor. Aurora being in the immediate vicinity, we're really at the endgame here.
Yes, sirree. And take note, all NR needs to do is just get 1 survivor out of that gate, and it's GG. No more round 3. Beautiful timing on that teleport, though, forces NR to disperse.
And Daddy using the perfume. Excellent utilization, but no, gets caught up while he was vaulting. And we're going to see a down Gravekeeper. Kilowai Home is out for blood, though. He wants to be able to down another survivor. Raindrop being in the vicinity, while we see another survivor in NR going for that red carpet exit. An excellent utilization of the pallet drop and the Holy Key to snipe out that hit. Kilowai Home, though, still not deterred. Going for Raindrop. Again, so elusive are these survivors of NR.
Yes, sirree. And that should be enough time to get one of those gates open. But you know what? NR, looks like they might actually want to toy around with the idea of maybe salvaging one of their teammates. Are they, though?
I'm not quite sure, because they are pretty spread out. Raindrop making his way to the graveyard. Is he going to be able to make it in time, though? Gets the trip up, but no, not in the vicinity. Tries to go for it once again. Raindrop playing around the structures of graveyard. Not enough pallets to work with, but this is going to give enough time, though, for Gravekeeper to be rescued by the Perfumer. Yes, while the mechanic is waiting there at the reception exit.
Oh, gosh. Almost ready to go. Are they going to try to go for another salvage here onto Raindrop, though? Because Raindrop has a bit of a way to go.
Ooh,
but
wow.
looks like... Okay.
Yep, it's going to be a 3-1. GG's on the side of NR. Excellent stuff. Excellent performance, you guys. NR really putting the pedal to the metal there. Wow, dominant with a capital D, I have to say. 2 rounds, denying the 3rd round.
Hmm.
And
Yes, sir.
and I think there are a lot of disappointed people on Twitter not getting that skin of.
Yeah, darn it.
Never, as Articuno mentioned, never say never though. If there are more Wu Chang matches coming up, who
Yeah.
knows? God
I
Jay
mean,
could pull it out
You know,
again.
maybe there might be a new skin coming out now that you never know. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, let's talk about that game. Holy cow. That perfume block, man. That perfume block.
Yes, just chef kisses going out to that perfume block. That is how you're able to extend the life of your mechanic. Excellent stuff on the side of Dylan, and we've seen him use those insta perfumes, but that was just beautiful.
It really was. I mean, just that one perfume really bought. Like there was already an abundance of time bought out by Aurora here. Perfumer just extended it by a numerous amount of seconds. Yeah, and then from there, KLOI home. I love the pressure towards that one last cipher though. He was really trying to manage everyone, but I think what really became tricky is it's for survivors. There's only so much you can do as Wu Chang. He got to build up, but without at least getting one survivor down once it did hit that one last cipher, I think it really did become a tall grande venti order for him to deal with. Extra cream and with whatever you want on your coffee.
Exactly. It just all the add-ons and everything. And it just shows that Wu Chang does have the mobility, but it just shows that NR was able to, you know what, really preoccupy the Wu Chang to get them this victory. So let's check out the match data as we close out this series. We have Dylan really, I mean, just perfumer being able to kite and being able to give us that highlight reel perfume block. The Aurora though buying a lot of time, 88 seconds, close to Raindrops, which is 77 seconds, and it was Dylan, Daddy, and Raindrop really pushing those ciphers. Like KLOI Holmes attacking 10 times, 7 pallets destroyed, and 5 knockdowns. Still, you know what, 2 Wu Chang matches today. It just shows that these survivors really know how to deal with this type of matchup, especially at Red Church, and especially how they the survivors of NR were able to deal with KLOI Holmes Wu Chang.
Can you also talk about the fact that out of everybody that you would expect to have the highest containment time, it's a mechanic that ended up with the highest containment time? Like, wow, good job, Aurora. Like, this is like a huge step up. Round 1, it's like Aurora going into this saying, you know what, I didn't get enough action in round 1 because I was ejected to the manor first, so I'm gonna make the most of it. And good job, good on her. And here we go.
Yep, NR being one of those teams like VX denying us of that 3rd round 15-3. That's dominance with a capital D, Articuno.
Yeah, dominance with a capital D. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is probably the most dominating we've seen out of a, because we've only had 2 matches so far, correct me if I'm wrong, that ended in a round 2 finish.
Yes,
so
this
only
and
the
VX.
second one in this tournament. It might actually be interesting. Okay, there we go. Yeah, just really, really good job here. What else can we say about that? It really was NR in those last moments coming together. On the flip side, though, kudos to DT as well. They played their hearts out in this tournament, and as I was telling everybody on Instagram, on Twitter, whoever I got to message, we're proud of all the players that made it to top 8, regardless of what the results are. The fact that these teams, out of 96 teams, guys, the teams that made it to top 8 were able to go this far. That's a huge accomplishment in itself. That spells a lot of potential, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more from Disney in the future. That's for sure.
And NR just solidifying that they are a force to be reckoned with. And I think they were able to, you know, we did always highlight Aris being one of the the pillars of NR. But now, you know what? The survivors also are leveling up, and they're really able to put points on the board for them. And just coming off of the confidence boost that Aris gives them is a very dangerous formula for any team that goes up against NR. So congratulations, NR, for being able to, give us this crazy matchup. And Aris just, again, firing on all cylinders, being MVP. DT, I'm pretty sure we're still going to see them in competitive scenes, and they did bring it, and they did give us a lot of highlighted moments. So do show your love and your support for that team, because they are one of the top teams here in IVC.
Yeah, I've said it towards the start of the first weekend. One of my biggest hopes is to see a contender of a team that isn't a Thai team. I mean, I love the Thai teams, obviously. Like, I'm such a huge VX fan, but just to shake things up. And it's great to see that NR is one of those teams that is making us proud out there, and just makes me more excited about what we could expect out of Southeast Asia as far as Identity 5 esports. It's always nice to see this spice of variety in our competitors.
Yeah, well, we love the representation of NR, especially with how we've highlighted a lot of the Thai teams. It's a breath of fresh air to see that there are other regions being represented in this matchup. So kudos to them. I want to see how they transpire in terms of the playoffs. And in Group B, OSM and NR, we could see a potential rivalry between them, because we did have one of the best Identity 5 matches between those two teams. So it's going to be pretty intense as the days wind down to October 25.
Oh my God. Also, just to talk about some of the stuff going on in the Twitter stratosphere, lots of praise for Aris and NR. There's also quite a bit of excitement that, in all fairness, that's another value in itself. We got 2 Wu Changs today, guys. Regardless of the results, it's a rarity in itself. Yeah.
What?
I was trying to think if there were any hunters that didn't see play today that are kind of part of the hype, that are up in our high pick rates. I mean, we saw Dream Witch, we saw Guard 26, we saw Bloody Queen, we saw Violence. So yeah, check.
Yeah, but what's interesting that I want to talk about is that NR going for the Feaster ban. We haven't seen a Feaster yet, ladies and gentlemen. So that's something that, again, that's another hunter that's always looming, always present there. So I'm pretty sure there's this one YouTuber that might get super hype if he sees a Feaster matchup here in IVC Southeast Asia 2020.
We have not seen... Actually,
we haven't seen Feaster yet.
I feel like this is what happens when Grizzly isn't on the broadcast team. The amount of it's a debuff. The likeliness of a Feaster coming out is suddenly diminished to the T. So maybe we might need to have Grizzly guests sometime, but unfortunately, probably not for IVC, but for future ones.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I just want to say that IVC has just highlighted just the different styles you play Identity 5, not just for a hunter side, as well as the survivors, because we did see the unorthodox picks coming out of the previous matches, where we saw an explorer come out. We did see some prospectors in play, and also just those picks of those oldies but goodies, especially the triumvirate, and a lot of perfumer from Dylan. So shout outs to him. Show him a lot of love, ladies and gentlemen, giving us a lot of highlighted clips of the perfumer.
Yeah, and other than that, I can't wait I really hope we get I'm not talking about just the highlights we see towards the end of the broadcast, but a compilation of those big brain plays, or those small moments in time, like that perfumer play earlier, that are just so satisfying when you see players execute correctly in those really intense moments. So definitely something to look forward to. I'm glad how Southeast Asia's IVC has been panning out so far, and rest assured, a lot more. Again, to the community as well, guys, thank you so much for all the support you've been giving to the broadcast, because the more love that's shown for Identity 5 in our region, the more activity we're most likely going to get. And that's why we have an IVC for Southeast Asia. It's because of you guys. It's the big, and hopefully the next step that we can do with all more support, make that hashtag trend on social media. Hopefully in the future we get our own league. I mean, that's probably a lot of work that still needs to be done as far as showing how active we are as a community in Southeast Asia. But based on the activity I'm just seeing right now from you guys, I'm pretty confident we can pull that off.
Yeah, these are just the first few steps because again, we are getting a lot of that traction now coming from Koba 3, and I mean I just started casting this. Thank you so much for getting me into this broadcasting booth. But Identity 5 is just such a fun game to play with friends competitively and also on a casual level. But again, IVC is all about finding the best of the best, and I love how we're able to broadcast how competitive Identity 5 is played in Southeast Asia. So thank you so much, everyone that is watching now. Do let us know with that hashtag your favorite moments of or favorite plays as well, because I mean, there's a lot of moments to highlight today. I would say one of the highlights for me was seeing GK just turn things up with that, with the Dream Witch at Lakeside, proving me wrong that you can use that Dream Witch is viable even in big maps.
Oh yeah, definitely.
How about you? What are the highlights? What highlighted moment do you want to talk about?
Oh gosh, I'm gonna agree with Twitter. Like terror shocks all day, every day coming in from Eras. Another thing I guess would be that comeback. Just the differences with how these teams perform. I find it really interesting that it's been a recurring thing between VX and GK, where VX starts strong, but GK knows how to finish strong. And of course, finishing strong is what is more essential towards a victory, like that upward trajectory versus that kind of stagnant line. So yeah, like it's just the narratives part, really. It's really great that we see that building up, and I love that from the things we're seeing on social media as well, that our viewers are right on board with us to follow those narratives.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what the beauty of IVC is, that we are able to build those shonen anime tournament arcs here and just build those characters that we witness now. And Aris being one of the solidifying characters, the solidifying narratives here in IVC, really, you know, pushing the limits of how you can how many terror shocks you can have in one competitive game. So kudos to him with his bonbon and his violinist.
I also got a I'm not sure if you brought this up already, Poch, but a fact from our production that Eris has played 6 games. And within those 6 games, he's eliminated 21 survivors. So
21. That is a dangerous amount of.
That's 21 out of 24, guys.
Yeah, and that, I mean, I think the one where he didn't have that much was the first game he played against IVS.
Yeah, that's that's NR's first game, right?
Yeah, that was the first game. And then he just went plus ultra in the next round with his bonbon and violinist. So he is one hunter to look and just keep your eye on, ladies and gentlemen, because this Arius is going places for sure, no matter what team he's at. But now he's repping the NR banner.
Like,
scary
like,
stuff.
I feel kind of bad that we're highlighting him way too much and not giving credit to the other players, but it can't be denied. Like, these are the things that get us excited as a region when we see emerging talent that could one day rise to the top and contend with the big dogs in the big league in China and NAEU. You know, it's so refreshing to see that from, especially one that's out of the trend, which is usually Thai players representing Southeast Asia. What would be so cool is that hopefully one day there's this, because I feel like there's so many good players in Thailand, and then like you have so many good players in all these other countries within Southeast Asia. It would be so nice if one day we see that mix and match, you know what I mean? Where, because admittedly, having worked in esports for Southeast Asia for quite a while, one of the biggest challenges that we'll always have is that language barrier, which is why teams like teams that have such a diverse roster from different countries, those are like the teams I give kudos to, because communication can be hard sometimes. Let's say even though you guys have the common ground of having English, which is usually the situation, I've encountered teams where they communicate on the bare minimal English, but still they're able to pull it off. So Just really, I'm TLDR. It's such an exciting time to be an Identity 5 fan in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and especially with a game like Identity 5 that can break barriers of language that you see teams like IVS or just different compositions of different nationalities. It warms my heart because it brings people together. And as you mentioned also, for them, their common language is playing this game, and all they do is just simple callouts, and they still understand the language of the game. We're slowly building that culture that, you know what, there is no boundaries in terms of who you can play with. So kudos to, you know what, the developers of Identity 5 creating this such an amazing game for people to just enjoy, and creating a culture of people to, you know, create content and just share the beauty that is Identity 5.
Yes, sirree. And oh gosh, again, as we're just, can I just say again, I'm in a situation where I'm jealous of the Thai broadcast getting to do those interviews. So, but yeah, on the flip side, while we're waiting for that interview to wrap up so that we can wrap up the broadcast as well, again, we encourage y'all to continue to be active on social media. I am actively reviewing your tweets as we go along. Be sure to use the hashtag IVC 2020 SEA. So again, that is IVC 2020 SEA. It's the unofficial hashtag that Potchpice and I are putting out there for you guys, just so that we can, keep in contact beyond the broadcast. Because we obviously, while we're on the broadcast, we can't see the chat unless we look at the chat. But personally, I don't look at the chat these days because so that we're focused on what's going on right now. But at least the way I do kind of keep up is through Twitter, Instagram as well. It's a bit harder for me to do postings on Instagram though. I think it's easier on Twitter because you could just like tweet like there's no tomorrow. But on Instagram, I feel like people will just unfollow me if I just keep on spamming IDV stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, actually, my promise to the Identity 5 community is for me to be a little more active on Twitter, because I have been active on Instagram and have been talking to some of the players there. So I will also, join in the conversation there on Twitter.
Yes, sirree. Looking forward to that. And also, stuff to look forward to as the months go by. I'm pretty sure we're nearing the period where qualifiers for Call of the Abyss. There's no dates yet, by the way, guys. Don't take my word for it. But I remember Siori and I did the Southeast Asia broadcast around end of January. So just a few more months, assuming we follow the same calendar as last year. I'm pretty sure there's going to be differences in dates, so don't take my word for it. But just saying that we're nearing that point already. So in case you're not part of the top 8 right now, but you're watching the broadcast, scouting out these teams in preparation for that, then start getting ready, guys.
Yep. Koa season is almost upon us. You could smell it in the air if we're going to go with the same timeline as before. And, this is a great introduction. If people actually, I've been talking to some people, and this is one of their first competitive viewings of Identity 5. And I think that IVC is doing a great job introducing these new players in the region so that people in this specific region will be able to get hyped as the Call of the Abyss rolls around in the corner, for people to get more excited to see their teams play on the big stage that is Call of the Abyss. So do support your teams, do join in the conversation, and spread the word about Identity 5. And let's help grow this community so that we'll be able to support the players and the people in the back, just making this show possible.
Yes, sirree. And again, we'd like to thank the Identity 5 team for allowing us to have this activity for Southeast Asia. And I'm so proud of the community as well for stepping up and showing their immense love and support for the game. Let's continue to do that, guys. Again, use that hashtag whenever you're tweeting about IVC, and maybe we'll come up with okay, let's do this, guys. I'm not sure if I'm even allowed to do this, but if you're going to tweet about anything Identity 5 Southeast Asia in general, do hashtag IDVC, so that we can also keep up to date with what you guys are up to. If you're playing on if you're from Southeast Asia, you're playing on the Asia server, let's say you got promoted, you got the golden ratio skin and want to flaunt that. I haven't gotten that yet, by the way. Oh god. But use that hashtag so that we can keep up to date with what the community is up to. IVC 2020C for any IVC related stuff. IDVC for general IDV stuff you're up to. Let's keep in touch, guys.
Yeah, for sure. Because when the next IVC rolls around, we want to be able to know the players coming into this and really expose and highlight the talent that is out there. So yeah, please do. Let's keep in touch and let's have a conversation, especially that that you guys are the MVPs of this all. Without your support and without you guys spreading the word of Identity 5, none of this would be possible. So pats on the back for you guys. We'd give you like all the high fives and hugs in the world. This is an amazing time to be Identity 5 fans. So please do share and spread the word of Identity 5.
Yes, sir. And take note, guys, by the way, just so that we can roll back to IVC talk. This is day 5, week 2. If you're going to go by week 2, day 2, but overall day 5. We still have one more day tomorrow for group stage. So that is something to look forward to. We're reaching that epic conclusion. There are still some points that need to be settled for a group B, which we will determine tomorrow. Yes.
It's tomorrow, and then we'll head on over to the playoffs. Again, we're talking about how we're building these narratives, and it's almost coming to a close. And we just, as we mentioned once we started this, it just can happen in a blink of an eye. So again, it was just an amazing journey, and we're still riding this to the end. I'm so excited to head on over to October 25 because all roads lead to there. We did see some amazing performances from VX and GK today, not to mention NR and DT really burning down the house as they close things out in this day number 5.
Oh my gosh. Also, I'm not sure if any of the probably hope maybe one of the members of NR are watching. Like, I wonder if you guys should be active on Twitter, like, for real. Like, so many people. If there's any members from NR, if you're not on Twitter yet, you probably should. There's so many people supporting you right now. It's crazy. And thank you guys, by the way, for using the hashtag. Really appreciate y'all putting out your tweets about IVC 2020C.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm opening my Twitter right now. Yeah, I'm gonna be more active. You guys do add me in the conversation _ Spice if ever.
Yeah, so while Punch is checking out his Twitter over there, again, also be sure to look out for more activity. We also currently have the that event going on in game. So if you guys haven't yet, be sure to maximize all the events that we have going on in client as well. So just waiting for my Identity 5 to load up here because I don't want to get I know it's like Moon Festival. Yeah, Mid-Autumn Festival event.
There you go.
If you guys haven't yet, be sure to log on to your Identity 5 clients. And did you get your avatar yet, by the way, Putch?
Not yet. I've been actually watching more match videos than I have been playing because, like, if I do get with my friends and start playing, we won't sleep till like 3 a.m. We'd wait for that rank session 4 a.m.
Oh my gosh. Okay, but you know what? Let's go ahead and get a review of today's results, just so that we can start to wrap things up here. VX versus GK, super intense, by the way, super duper close. But we go by the round wins, and it was GK that triumphed in the end.
And DT and NR flexing that dominance they had on the survivor side and the hunter side, denying the round number 3. But DT, you're trying to go out with a bang there. But excellent performance, excellent run so far on Team Destiny. Do support them, and this is not the last we'll see of those players in competitive Identity 5. Rest assured, ladies and gentlemen. So that is today's results, and it just shows, look at that, 8-1, 1-8. It just shows that, the first round is not an indicator. Now, checking out the team groupings here, we have GK now leading the pack away from VX 3-2, while in Group B here, we have a deadlock tie for OSM and NR, and IVS trailing with 1 point there. So again, one more day tomorrow before I believe we determine who will be heading over to the playoffs. So really intense matches coming your way, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir. That last game for Group B there's a lot of weight on that. That's for sure. Especially if you're an NR and IVS fan, because there's still a lot of things up in the air that we are yet to determine once we head into that particular match. much. Gosh, so really interesting build-ups that we're seeing here in the groups for Identity 5. Like, it's like we have one where the invites rose above and beyond, and then in Group B, it's like completely different story.
Yeah, just two different groups here, two different stories, two different arcs that they're building up. And I'm really excited to see how the Group A will clash with Group B and who will end up on top and who will be declared the IVC Southeast Asia 2020 winner. So really exciting times. We're just going to break the points down just a little bit because this was explained to us in terms of if there are those ties. We will go with net wins, round points, and winning points. So far, GK is leading the pack with 3 net wins, while 3 wins and VX with 2. So we're not going to have to go to the net wins just yet.
Right.
Again, this is a killer group, Group A. But not to mention Group B, though, we do have OSM and NR in a deadlock tie, but net wins go to OSM. That's why they are on top here before NR. IVS with 1 point, and as we saw, DT with their last performance, still looking to get on the board.
Yes, sirree. And you have to take note here for IVS. I'm not going to get into it too much because I'll leave it for a reserved discussion for tomorrow, but IVS really needs to go above and beyond because not only do they need to win their game tomorrow, but they also need to outdo NR as far as the rest of the scores that you're seeing here, because it goes from left to right when we have these instances of a tie. So
yeah, round wins, round points will come into question here. So that's why I believe that we're not even we might just stop at net wins, but then, you know what, the team just wants to make sure you have to go with the round wins, got to go with the round points. And if we have to go down and whittle it to the winning round points, we will go for that. Now, tomorrow's match schedule, Articuno, do you want to start this off?
Sure. So for Group A, it is going to be Mad Penguin versus 7 High. So this is the same discussion that we had earlier, Poch. Both teams, unfortunately, won't be able to proceed any further, and that further being top 4. But this is going to be a game where they can at least end their tournament run on a high note. So we have that similar circumstance for these two teams, both of which still looking for their first win. And yeah, that next round. Sorry, I rambled a bit there.
No, it's okay. The next one is IVS versus OSM. And as Articuno mentioned, IVS needs to pull out all the stops if they want to keep their tournament life alive in this stage. So again, all eyes are in both those matches. We're going to see a match where both the first teams are going to go out with a bang, while the second one, all eyes will be on IVS. Will they be able to punch their way to the playoffs, or will OSM dominate that matchup?
So there you have it, guys. Again, for more on Identity 5, be sure to check out the official social media on YouTube as well as Facebook. If you guys want to hear from both Articuno and Pochspice, be sure to search Articuno and Pochspice respectively. We are fully active on our respective social medias. I think I might create a separate account for Identity 5 in the future because, yeah, I'm probably going to spam a lot of more Identity 5 posts in the future. So look out for that. I'll make an announcement for that. And yeah, more Identity 5 action coming your way tomorrow. This has been Articuno and Pochspice, and this is the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, it's your time in the spotlight, and we'll get more of that tomorrow. But for the meantime, have a great night, everybody, and we'll miss you. See you guys.